Morning, everyone. Welcome to the Institute of Ismaili Studies for this one-day conference. My name is Walid Saleh. I'm a professor at the University of Toronto, and I'm one of the conveners of this one-day conference. Before I start, I'd really like to thank the Institute of Ismaili Study for its continuous support for Quranic studies. It's open policy of having scholars from all over the world to come and gather here. Now, this one-day conference is part of their academic programming, and more specifically, part of the Quranic Studies Unit programming. I'd like first to start thanking the director of the Institute, Dr. Daftari, and the Board of Trustees for their trust in the unit, but also in their activities. So I'm very grateful for hosting us. And I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Omar's essential help for hosting this program and accepting it as part of his unit. Unfortunately, Omar is sick. He sends his regards, and we're really sorry to miss him. I will be taking over his activities today. And I would be remiss not to thank Nosheen. This conference, anyone who had done a conference knows how much preparation it takes. It would not have been possible without the absolute dedication of Nosheen helping all of us getting going. So thank you, Nosheen. I really appreciate it. Can we give her Now, why this conference? At the basic level, it's part of the Quranic Studies vision to continue to work and invite scholars from all over the world to work on cutting-edge scholarship. So that's one aspect. But really, the other aspect is the major recent developments in Islamic studies in the past 10, 15 years. As you all know, there have been almost kind of a renaissance in Islamic studies where it comes to the unearthing of early sources. So a lot of digging up of older, what we thought were either lost or incomplete sources are being discovered or studied or edited. So in the recent 10 years, there have been a massive new material came out. And actually, the idea for this program was triggered by the appearing of two major sources, al-Māturīdī's Ta'wilat al-Qur'an and al-Jushami's Tahdhīb fi tafsīr al-Qur'an. Now, these two major early works prompted me and some scholars to say, okay, so what is the implication of having this new material on Islamic studies? And we thought that bringing together scholars working on Muʿtazilism would really help us advance doing this. Now, I am really very excited that my colleagues, all of you, have accepted to be part of this conference, and I'm really looking forward to your participation and papers. Now, I also want to acknowledge that one of our colleagues is in America through Zoom with us, so we want to welcome Hussein. Hello, Hussein. I know this is really early, so thank you so much. And I want to welcome the audience on the internet. I suppose if one good thing out of COVID can be said is that now we really are aware of live broadcasting. Okay, I think Nosheen, did I forget anything? Okay, so we're gonna start a bit early, which is good, always good. With the first panel, I'm gonna be sharing the first panel now. There is a booklet for the conference, and the booklet is available on the internet, right? Yes. Yeah. So the booklet has a synopsis of all the papers, and I will be just starting introducing the scholars. Okay. So I'm gonna move to the. Now, we have three speakers for the first panel. Dr. Kunlish, did I pronounce it right? Kunlish, and Dr. Schwarb and Dr. Murad. Dr. Schwarb right now is at the University of Munich. Gregory is one of the leading specialists on various fields, actually. But more importantly, he's one of the leading specialists on Muʿtazilism, but also on the reception of the Islamic tradition in the Jewish tradition. And Professor Schwarb today is going to talk about Muʿtazilite and Qaraite Bible Commentary, a case of cross-cultural interaction. Please.
Thank you very much. I hope the micro is working and you can hear me. So good morning, everyone, and I also like to thank Walid and Rajin and the Ismaili Institute and Omar, who is probably following us from there. So thanking you all on organizing this conference, and it is, of course, a great honor to be among those very distinguished scholars. So my topic will be on Muʿtazilism and Qaraite Bible commentaries. And there are several ways to justify the inclusion of a paper on Qaraite Bible commentaries in a conference on Muʿtazilism and the Qur'an. The Qur'an, in the title of the conference, refers above all to tafsīr literature on the Qur'an. As a literary genre, tafsīr is, of course, neither specific to the Qur'an nor to Islam. It equally applies to commentaries on scientific and philosophical works, as well as to commentaries on scriptures of other religious communities, including commentaries on the Bible by Jews, Christians, Samaritans, and others. The term al-Qur'an, in turn, does not only refer to the Qur'an, al-Qur'an al-Karim, but also to other text units and their oral presentation. I am less concerned here with the etymological connection to Hebrew kriya, nikra, or Syriac qiryana, but with the usage of the Arabic term al-Qur'an in Jewish literature. Here, al-Qur'an may refer to al-qira'a, reading recitation, as for instance in al-Qur'an al-Tabarani, or Qur'an al-Sham, that is the Tiberian reading tradition, which, similar to the qira'at traditions of the Qur'an, was anchored to the authority of particular scholars and characterized as al-Qur'an al-Fakhir al-Hasan, the superbly beautiful reading. Al-Qur'an may also refer to al-Miqra, Jewish scripture and its liturgical recitation, or specifically to all books of the Tanakh except the Torah, that is the prophetic and historical books of the Hebrew Bible. The latter usage is attested, for instance, in the Guide for the Reader, Hidayat al-Qari, by the 11th century Qaraite author Abu al-Faraj Harun ibn Faraj. These are only a few selected examples to show that the term al-Qur'an had a well-established meanings in the context of Arabicized Jewry. The presence of Muʿtazilī thought in Jewish exegetical literature, on the other hand, is sufficiently well known to dispense with the need for a special explanation. The organizers have added a subtitle to my paper, A Case for Cross-Cultural Interaction, which I have supplemented on the slide with a question mark. Whether the above stated examples and a myriad of other terminological and conceptual correspondences between Islam and other Arabicized religious systems are expressions of cross-cultural interaction, or rather discrete manifestations of one shared culture, depends on how we use the dangerously capacious, semantically vague, confused, and as a whole inconsistent terms culture and religion. But this perennial discussion is not the subject of our talk today. So, given that there are many good reasons to subsume a paper on Qaraite Bible commentaries under the title of this conference, we should very briefly say something about the presence of Muʿtazilī thought and the development of the tafsīr genre among Arabicized Jews during the Abbasid period. The pervasive presence of Muʿtazilī Kalām in Jewish religious thought of the 10th through 12th centuries can by now be considered common knowledge among scholars of Jewish and Islamic studies alike. What should be emphasized, however, is the fact that Jewish Muʿtazilism is far more than a signpost to a side road of the main avenue. Such a characterization could perhaps hold true for the earliest Jewish reception of Muʿtazili thought in the 9th century, but it becomes increasingly problematic and misguided the further we advance on the timeline towards the apogee of Jewish Muʿtazilism around the middle of the 11th century. It is of course true that Jewish elaborations of Muʿtazili thought are chronologically later to and historically dependent on the Muʿtazila, and intrinsically related to it in as much as it explores the same cluster of conventional topics, utilizes by and large the same dialectical techniques, investigative methods and nomenclature, and resorts to a similar range of literary genres. This shouldn't, however, mislead us into thinking that it is a mere copy or a pale imitation of a Muslim template. The Jewish Mutakallimun of the 10th and 11th centuries are deep-read and full-fledged masters of their art, and their contributions to the advancement of Muʿtazili thought cannot be reduced to a mere concomitant feature of Muslim Muʿtazilism. For the historian of Muʿtazili Kalām, the many surviving literary products of Jewish Muʿtazilism offer added value inasmuch as they represent a greater variety of texts, genres, and disciplines if measured against the relatively limited corpus of Muslim Muʿtazili compositions that have survived in Yemen and elsewhere. On top of that, a significant number of Muʿtazili texts by Muslim authors has only come down to us in copies deriving from manuscript repositories of Jewish provenance. The early receptions of Muʿtazili thought among Arabicized Jews coincides with the first attempt in Judaism to formulate normative theological doctrines and to write systematically structured compositions on religious fundamentals. This development goes hand in hand with an increasing insistence on the value of independent rational investigation that is grounded in the meticulous examination of the biblical text and on the rejection of an unreasoned acceptance of tradition and authority. For most Jewish Mutakallimun of the 10th century, Muʿtazili thought is but one among several other intellectual trends that left their distinctive mark on Jewish Bible exegesis. The long-standing exegetical tradition of Syriac Christianity, for instance, which itself did not remain immune to influences of Muʿtazili Kalām, was available directly or indirectly to several Jewish exegetes of the 9th and 10th centuries. The same holds true for several traditions of scientific speculation. At the same time, we may identify a trend in Jewish Bible commentaries of the 10th century to rhetorically disown external sources of knowledge and to pass them off as genuine views of Judaism. The backing of Muʿtazili Bakhshami doctrine by key officials of the Walid administration during the second half of the 10th century is often cited as a crucial factor that contributed to a wholesale adoption of Muʿtazili thought by many Qaraite scholars and its penetration into the culturally more conservative world of the Rabbanite academies, the yeshivot of Surah and Pomperita in Baghdad. It is certainly not coincidental that Muslim Muʿtazili authors who were most frequently quoted and copied by scholars of the Qaraite Academy in Jerusalem belonged to the cultural elite of the Buyid state. As-Sahib ibn Abbad, Abu Abdallah al-Basri, Abdul Jabbar al-Hamadani, Abdallah ibn Sa'id al-Labbad, al-Sharif al-Murtada, Abu Hussein al-Basri, and many others. The emergence of systematic and methodologically guided Jewish Bible exegesis was the result of a number of textual and hermeneutic practices that became established during the first 2 centuries of the Abbasid period. During this period, the Bible became the focal point and linchpin of several literary genres, such as glossaries, dictionaries, grammars, and Bible translations, most of which were previously unattested in Jewish composition. Out of this diverse raw material emerged in the 10th century a number of verse-by-verse commentaries, even though they shared a similar makeup. However, they had different settings and priorities. Among these verse-by-verse commentaries, one stands out as fully embracing the Bahshami Mu'tazili worldview, namely the commentary on the Torah by Yeshua ben Yehuda, also known by his Arabic name as Abu al-Faraj Furqan ibn Asad, who was an eminent Qaraite Jewish legal scholar, exegete, and theologian active in Jerusalem during the second third of the 11th century. He was educated at the Qaraite Dar el-Ilm, a teaching institution and community hub established towards the end of the 10th century that reached its heyday under his leadership. Here, he had studied with the principal teachers of the previous generation, like Levi ben Yefet, Yusuf al-Basir, and Abu al-Faraj Harun ibn al-Faraj. They all championed a Mu'tazili worldview. During his early career, Yeshua acted as personal assistant and close collaborator of his main mentor, Yusuf al-Basir. Most of Yeshua's works are concerned with religious law and biblical exegesis. His major work on Qaraite law comes in the guise of an extensive commentary on the book of Leviticus called tafsīr al-Mabsūt fi Sifr Vayikra. This project began in the early 1040s with his answers to intricate questions about incest, Jawabat al-Masail Mushkila fi Tarkib, which comprises an important introduction on concepts of Mu'tazili linguistic and hermeneutic theory. This introduction, in turn, served as blueprint for the book of covert or concealed ambiguity, Kitab al-Tawriyah, written in 1046. Kitab al-Tawriyah is arguably the most important treatise ever written on Jewish Mu'tazili tafsīr, even though it isn't itself a tafsīr, but rather modeled on Mu'tazili works on legal methodology, usul al-fiqh. It covers topics related to language theory, action theory, legal theory, ethics, epistemology, hermeneutics, and theology. Its title is a performative pun of the figure of speech, which in Arabic rhetorical theory is known as tawriyah. It plays with the fact that tawriyah, so covered ambiguity or concealed ambiguity, and Tawrah, the Arabic word for Torah, are homographs in both Arabic and Hebrew script. Another extensive tafsir, this time on the 10 Commandments, was written by Yeshua a year or two prior to Kitab Tawriyah. It is known as Tafsir Aseret Hadvarim al-Mashruh, even though it explicitly deviates from the tafsir format for the greater part and only covers Commandments 1 to 4. It is a highly significant Mu'tazili composition all the same. The commentary on, and I can't go into the details of the tafsir because I want to basically give specifically a survey of the tafsir contributions of this one very important Qaraite author, but maybe in the questions and answers we can say a few things about their content. The commentary on the Torah was written in the late 1040s and early 1050s. Its roughly 3,000 folios include the Hebrew text, so I'm referring now to the slide. This commentary on the Torah includes the Hebrew text of the Pentateuch in Arabic script, according to the Masoretic reading tradition, an Arabic translation, and the commentary on matters of language, grammar, theology, ethics, and law. So here on the slide, you can see the beginning of a parasha in Numeri 31, which on the left-hand side, in just where the new text unit starts, where we first have the Hebrew text in Arabic scripts, vocalized in order to reflect the Masoretic reading tradition, followed by an Arabic translation of the Hebrew text. And at the end, so you have the whole portion with the verses, which is then followed with the commentary on this entire sequence of text. And we, of course, if we are speaking about Qaraite Muʿtazilī commentary, we cannot avoid a comparison with the contemporaneous commentaries on the Quran. So if we are speaking about the Qaraite commentary written in the around 1050, so around the middle of the 11th century, so we are, of course, around the time of Abu Ja'far al-Tusi, which is abbreviated with AJT in the middle. So that's Imam Shi'i Muʿtazilī commentary on the Quran, and Al-Hakim al-Jizmis al-Tahdhib, which has which is structures according to the 7 main topics that are well known, mentioned on the left-hand side. And even though in the Qaraite commentary on the right-hand side, we don't have the section titles marking these 7 topics, except for the Nuzul, we have all the topics covered in a similar structural presentation. And of course, where on the left-hand side we have al-Lugha, the Arabic translation of the Hebrew text is an integral part of the consideration of linguistic subjects in a Muslim commentary of the Quran. So the justification of the translation is always one gateway to reflecting linguistic issues of the text. And of course, the last section, according to the 7 topics of al-Jizmi, is the place where we have most classical elements of Muʿtazilī doctrine, which however also appear already in the linguistic section and in matters related to lexicography and comparative linguistics. So the Qaraite commentary has as an important part an element of comparative linguistics in that it compares Hebrew verses with also with spoken Arabic, with literary Arabic, in order to get down to the fine points of meaning. Towards the end of his commentary on the Pentateuch, towards the end of the commentary we just saw on the slide, Yeshua ben Yehuda signaled his intention to write a more extensive treatise on the point at issue in that verse. And the verse is Deuteronomy 33:4, which is the main point to discuss the relation between the written Torah and the oral Torah. And in the introduction to that work, which is known under the title Tafsīr Torah Tzivalanu, so the commentary on that specific verse in Deuteronomy 33:4. So in this introduction to that work, he writes as follows. When I reached in the commentary on the Torah, the verse, a teaching did Moses charge us, a heritage for Jacob's assembly, I added a few words against those who maintain that there are two Torahs, one written, the other oral. Someone who studied my commentary suggested to me that I should write more on the subject, and then commissioned me to write something more elaborate. I acceded to his request with the intention of writing a refutation of those people, as others have, of those people and those people who support the existence of oral Torah, as others have done before me, but to present it in a clearer and more precise manner than theirs, with more cogent and precise argumentative force. The one who commissioned this commentary went on to say that it is more effective to write at some length on these topics rather than being concise, and that a detailed explanation is more purposeful than a brief summary. Moreover, those who devote themselves to the science of Kalām, al-Ulūm al-Kalāmiyyah, point out additional things on these subject matters which are not touched upon by those who do not devote themselves to them, all the more if they are acquainted with the methods of tafsīr and comply with the requirements of scriptural commentaries by proceeding in a proper way. It is also expedient that they have some experience in dealing with the sayings of the scholars from the previous generation, al-Awā'il, so these are basically the people associated with the Mishnah and the Talmud, with the oral Torah, and are acquainted with their approaches to the oral Torah and matters related to it, as well as their other sayings of these issues. By studying their science with greater diligence than anyone else, they will be able to engage in arguments about their sayings in a way that would not be possible otherwise. So we see here again that even in a work that is mainly discussion about the concept of the oral Torah and directed at Rabbinite Jews, Muʿtazilī Kalām plays a central position. And we have other works of polemics against, for example, the Samaritans, on other issues where Muʿtazilī Kalām is of central importance. To complete this broad survey of Yeshua's tafsīr, mention should be made of yet another work on the Pentateuch, which until recently was only known through a Byzantine Hebrew translation entitled the Reshit Rabbah, in a nod to the homonymous late antique rabbinic collection of exegetical traditions on the book of Genesis. The work is a teaching manual consisting of a wide array of questions assigned to and loosely associated with the weekly portions of the Torah. They cover a wide variety of subject matters such as lexicology, grammar, law, natural sciences, and above all, the sciences of Kalām. The text of scripture thus functions as a unifying framework of a curricular structure to impart knowledge in general and to teach Muʿtazilī Kalām in particular. The questions and answers assembled on the first weekly portion of the Torah, the account of creation, represent a very particular and unique instance in the long-running continuum of exegetical literature on the hexaemeron, inasmuch as the subject matters of cosmology, natural sciences, theology, and anthropology are exclusively approached from the vantage point of the Bahshawiyya Mu'tazila. So we have the biblical text being used as a curricular structure to teach Mu'tazilī Kalām along other subject matters, but there are specific sections where we talk about specific accidents, and there are specific sections where we speak about certain linguistic or legal concepts from usul al-fiqh and so on. Anyway, this little survey has shown that Jewish Qaraite Mu'tazilī commentaries on the Bible took on a great variety of different shapes and forms, which are all in need of separate in-depth studies. So that was basically what I wanted to say in this short overview survey of 20 minutes. And of course, in a written version, I would like to bring a little bit more textual material, but 20 minutes are unfortunately not enough to go into a deep reading of textual passages that will eventually be included. So thank you very much for your attention.
Our last speaker in the panel is Professor Sulaiman Murad. Murad teaches at Smith College. Among his many scholarly interests is history of the Crusades, the Islamic historical tradition. But Sulaiman Murad also continues to work on Muʿtazilite tradition. Sulaiman, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Walid, and thank you so much, Nushin, for putting together this workshop, for bringing us back to the Ismaili Institute. So I'm very thankful for the people who behind the scene run this place and making it a magnet and a draw for scholars to come together and work and produce new knowledge. So I'm always lucky to be back. I would also like to acknowledge my colleagues who are here for today and for the audience who are coming to share with us this wonderful journey of knowledge, especially after a long hiatus, and all of us know the culprit. So I'm going to be talking today about forms of abrogation and motives for abrogation that Muʿtazila scholars discuss. And I specifically, obviously, mean here the notion of naskh in the Quran in particular. As a way to give a little bit of a background, in a few instances in the Quran, the text informs its readers about the abrogation, naskh, of some of its verses. For instance, verse 2:106 of Surah Al-Baqarah pronounces, "For every verse we abrogate or cause to be forgotten, we bring down one better or similar. Do you not already know that God has power over all things?" There is also verse 16:101 of Surah Al-Nahl, which brings up the issue of abrogation. And when we substitute one verse in place of another, and God knows best what it reveals, they say, "You are simply lying." But most of them have no understanding. And there's equally verses 13, 38, 39 of Surah Al-Ra'd, which equally raise the issue of scriptural text being abrogated. Hence, the code for every matter decided there is a register. God erases what he wills and ratifies, and with him is the archetype of the book. Obviously, I'm raising these points because these are the verses usually that bring up the question of abrogation. Whether abrogation means specifically replacement or transcription is another issue. And I want us to keep those two. But primarily, I'm going to be discussing naskh as abrogation, not as transcription. In my presentation today, I'll focus my analysis on the way some Mu'tazila scholars explain the many forms of scriptural abrogation and the motives for that. I will also examine how certain theological tenets, especially those about God, the nature of God, the creative nature of the Quran, and human agency, favor the acceptance or rejection of certain views about abrogation. And the spirit of Elena's presentation, I want us to be a little bit attentive not to impose a uniform view on the Mu'tazila, because at least there's one clear example here that shows actually the Mu'tazila themselves are not in agreement on some important points. Whereas surprisingly, Sunni and the Mu'tazila agree on, and I'm going to give at the end of my talk the example of Al-Razi, who accepted Abu Muslim Isfahani's view on rejecting an argument about naskh. So here you have Sunni and Mu'tazila agree on a point, whereas Al-Jishumi refuses Abu Muslim's view altogether. So here Mu'tazila don't agree on some points about naskh. So I'll get to that. So it is about what the Mu'tazila explain in terms of abrogation, what's accepted, what's not accepted, how they could be tied to elements of theology. And finally, I'm going to offer some points about what's unique with the Mu'tazila views on abrogation, if there's anything. But let me first give a very short overview of the very basic idea of scriptural abrogation and naskh. Abu Ubaid al-Qasim bin Salam, who died in 838 of the Common Era, 224 Hijri, in what is believed to be the earliest book on abrogation. Obviously, the tradition tells us there were earlier books, but when it comes to the first 2 centuries of Islam, I think they had other ideas of books. And often they were very brief, they were a collection of straightforward 6 to 10 hadiths or something of that they constitute a book. So Mujahid wrote something on naskh. I don't know whether actually he wrote something on naskh or someone imagined after that that he wrote a book on naskh. irrespective, Mujahid expressed few views with few hadiths on naskh. That's the most we could collect from that. So he didn't really write a synthesis. And that's why I'm cynic about calling it a book, because he doesn't have a synthesis about what is naskh, right? That he could share. Abu Ubaid al-Qasim bin Salam, however, has a synthesis, and you could see it there, where he argues essentially along three main points, and I'm highlighting exactly the main issues that we need to get. So there are three types of abrogation that are identified by Abu Ubaid al-Qasim bin Salam. The first type is when a verse replaces another verse. Both of them appear in the codex of the Quran, yet the abrogated one is ignored, whereas the abrogating one is followed and applied. So you read the Quran, they are both there. You need to know which one is abrogating, which one is abrogating, and therefore you follow the abrogating and not abrogating. The second type of abrogation is when a verse or even a chapter is withdrawn. That is, it's no more technically there. As the example here suggests, this could be actually withdrawn from memory, not only from the codex, but also from memory, or from the hearts of man as a tradition. So it's both, it doesn't appear anymore in the memory, nor in the transcribed text. And the third type of naskh, but it's not actually naskh as abrogation, it's rather naskh as transcription. And here, this is an angle that some scholars would raise, and it indicates the actual transcription of the text of the Quran or any other divine revelation, including the Torah, including the Gospel, including the Psalms, from the divine archetype that exists with God. So here, actually, you need to imagine the angels busy transcribing, and then revealing it to humans down there. This is, given the name of naskh, that's one of the meanings of naskh, it's to transcribe, and that comes up a lot in the discussion. But this is not what I'm analyzing. So all the views that I talk about, because when largely the notion of abrogation, and this is my focus, is about abrogation, it's not about transcription. However important that could be. And obviously one can dedicate an entire presentation of Qasim bin Salam and his book, but this is not my issue here, nor the objective of the study. But the reason I'm using that is that pretty much this is the base for abrogation discussion of what are the forms of abrogation pretty much everywhere else in Islam. If we look at scholars from that point on will start to refine that system of three into other things. So if we look, for instance, at Hakim Jishmi, and I apologize for just this is a PDF copy of the excellent edition that our colleague did. So you see that naskh ala thalathat awjuh, there are three types of abrogation, and this is a form of refining those what Qasim bin Salam said. So abrogation of talawa dun al-hukm, that is the actual text is no more there, but the rule is still there. Sometimes it's abrogation of the rule, but not the talawa. So the text actually is still in there in the Quran, but the rule is no more followed, and the abrogation of both of them. So that's roughly, you see that it's not that the Mu'tazilite have a theory of their own. They accept what is the mainstream. But aside from these essentially three types, and each type could be divided into two subtypes, etc. I'm not going to get into that nitty-gritty details of abrogation, but it's very important to point that there are additional nuances about abrogation. For example, there are cases where neither the abrogating verse nor the abrogated feature in the codex. So here is we need to imagine that actually the abrogation to deal with things that none of them existed or exist in the text. And often we know about these by going to the Sunnah or the works of Hadith. The very famous example is about, for instance, a hadith by Aisha, who said, 10 breastfeeding sessions makes the child the son of a nursing woman, and that was abrogated by 5 breastfeeding sessions. And here we are talking about al-rida, and what makes, if a woman who's not the mother breastfeeds a child 5 full sessions, then that child becomes like her own child. So she cannot marry that child, her children cannot marry that child. Right? This is ukhuwa bil-rida. Right? But what establishes the basic minimum to get that? So Aisha said that there was a verse that established that 10, that was abrogated by a verse that establishes that 5. But we know that there is no text in the Quran of either one. Right? So these are the kind of nuances. Furthermore, some abrogated verses are preserved in the Quran, whereas the abrogating verses do not exist. And there are plenty of those examples that I'm going to skip for the sake of time. Scholars also debated whether or not abrogation must be chronological and requires a replacement. I'm going to come to that point toward the end. It's a very important point, for instance, for Abu Muslim Ismaili, that chronological order must be a condition of abrogation, that something early cannot abrogate something after. And ironically, some scholars actually argue that early verses can abrogate later verses. One very important case is Surah Tawbah, chapter 9, verses 5 and 6. And most scholars of tafsīr, including some Muʿtazilī, might suggest that chapter 5 abrogates verse 5 abrogates verse 6, which doesn't make sense. They came in that order, 5 before 6. And it's not like 5 came after 6 and they were rearranged in that order in the Codex. No, that's how they came, and some scholars still argue that 5 abrogated 6. Abu Muslim Ismaili, for instance, refuses that and talk about that. But more importantly is whether abrogation conditions replacement. Sometimes something can be abrogated and there's no replacement for it. There's no such thing. And here is an example from Abu Hussein al-Basri, and you see that actually when we talk about the notion of abrogation, it's not simply limited to books of tafsīr. It permeates pretty much a lot of Mu'tazila literature, including in this one, Mu'tamad fi Usul Fiqh by Abu Hussein al-Basri, where he says acts of worship can be abrogated. And here you see that he identified specifically acts of worship, because non-acts of worship cannot be, in the opinion of many Mu'tazilī, abrogated. And I'm very attentive to say many, because again, we shouldn't essentialize Mu'tazilism. Acts of worship can be abrogated and replaced by other acts, or not replaced at all. The replacement is of 2 kinds. One kind is when the replacer contradicts the replacer, such as the abrogation of praying in the direction of Jerusalem by praying in the direction of the Kaaba. In this case, doing them together in the same prayer is impossible. So you cannot at the same time pray in the direction of Kaaba and the direction of Jerusalem, right? Unless you happen to be in Damascus. But even like you need to align them in the perfect way. In Cyprus, it might work. No, you have to take that kind of next. Obviously, Abu Hussein al-Basri was thinking of being east, you can align them. The second kind is when the replacer does not contradict the replaced, such as naskh Sawm Ashura by the Psalm of Ramadan. Here you can still do both, and lots of people still do both, right? But technically, the fast of Ramadan abrogates the fast of Ashura. And some argued, and here is opening that possibility, even though he doesn't accept it, that some argued for the prohibition of abrogating something without prohibition. So essentially, this brief overview helps us understand the context in which Mu'tazila thinkers express their own views on abrogation, including influences and interlocutors, because that pops up a lot. And often, sometimes, actually, you wonder who are these interlocutors. Often they throw Shiites, and that's by the time of many of these Mu'tazila people, those views among the Shiites were outcast. They didn't really represent. And I have a few examples about that. So let's move to questions of definition. In the volume on Ijaz al-Qur'an, Al-Qadi Abdul Jabbar addressed the question of abrogation and defined it in the following way. So obviously, you can read the Arabic. Abrogation is when the legal demonstration states the discontinuity of a legal practice and its termination, provided the demonstration is expected. Anything that something has to be expected, or of the nature of expectable. Right? It cannot be something that is impossible to occur. Whatever falls into this situation, we described it as abrogation, compared to the wind raising the marked ruins. For it is plausible that those ruins might remain established and endure, which is very common, and the wind that erases them is expected, in the sense that the wind blows, but it doesn't have to blow all the time, right? And it doesn't have to blow there. So, because it terminates essentially continuity, that's right. Likewise, the argument about the expected legal demonstration when it terminates repetition, which would have endured without demonstration. But if its erasure is unexpected, it's not considered abrogation. It's something that distinguishes. We have shown in Kitab al-Umar that a rule that contradicts a formal rule constitutes an abrogation because it necessitates the cessation of repetition and termination. But this is not because abrogation requires a replacement. Here again, we come back around that abrogation does not require a replacement or necessitates it, but rather because if the replacement contradicts the former, inasmuch as it points to the establishment of a new rule, it also demonstrates the cessation of the repetition. So essentially, naskh is to end the repetition and start something new. That aspect of naskh. That aspect of naskh in the case of contradiction. That's the opinion of Abu Hussein. And he goes on in another instance to also talk about abrogation in the sense of definition here more clearly, that abrogating, we should define the abrogating as a saying originating from glorious and majestic God or transmitted from the messenger of God. That is, by the way, very, very important because here the interlocutor are partly some Shafi'is and other scholars who refuse that the Sunnah abrogates the Quran. And that's, again, there is no consensus among the Sunnis on that. Definitely in Shi'ism there is sort of a rejection of that the Quran cannot be abrogated by other non-Quranic sources. So within Sunnism there is no agreement on that. In the Mu'tazila, for the most part, there is an agreement that the Quran can be abrogated by God or by something transmitted from the messenger. That opens us actually to some of the stereotypes about the Mu'tazila that they don't accept tradition. There is an element of tradition. How much of that is, this is why going back to the point that Helena is, there's plenty more needs to be done on the Mu'tazila to understand fully how they toy with Islamic tradition. So it is the abrogating, it is an address that either comes from God or from the Prophet, or from an act ascribed to the Prophet, which indicates the removal of a comparable rule that was established by a text originating from God, or a text or an act from the messenger. Again, it gives us a parameter of what are the things that can be abrogated in this particular case. And those acts or text from the messenger include him not enforcing a rule in a way that if he did not do so, the rule would have taken effect, would have remained and taken effect. So the fact that he abstained from enforcing it meant that he, like you could say, silent abrogation, right? That he ignored it and therefore yes. This definition includes the singular hadith. That's a very important parameter, by the way, that pops up al-akhbar al-ahad. A lot of scholars would say they refuse to take by them because there is no verified transmission of them, and therefore they cannot abrogate, they cannot be what you call the firm base to abrogate or to interpret on the basis. Lots of Mu'tazila accept that akhbar ahad can abrogate, actually. It can abrogate the Quran and can abrogate other hadiths. That's a very important nuance into Mu'tazila thinking generally, but definitely along this point. And toward the end, okay, well, so this is the fifth line up from here. This should not necessitate accepting the doctrine of awareness. If someone has actually a better word for that, I would be appreciate that. This is ولا يلزم عليه البدء. I'm using now, I'm still searching for a better word for it, doctrine of awareness, that is God becoming aware of new knowledge about something that is different from what he knew before. So something occurs and God becomes aware of it and determines what to do next on the basis. So that's what the theory of Bada. From Bada, so it appears to God that something needs to be addressed, something that had occurred, and God might decide to abrogate something before because it's proven that he was wrong or he was mistaken about something. So it changed his mind. So that notion of Bada.
How about unforeseen
development?
Knowledge or something like that.
Yeah, unforeseen, that's good. But it triggers that thing that God before did not know something and only knows about things after they occur. It seems from many of the discussions, whether in Mu'tazila or mainstream Sunni, is that some Shiite groups used to advocate for that. But who were these Shiite groups? Actually, I'm not sure, because definitely this is not in mainstream 12 Shiite, early Shiite theological debates that you find that. So possibly there were some offshoot Shiite groups who promoted that. So the fact that we have those things repeated doesn't necessarily mean that there is an active group that the Mu'tazila are arguing against. So it shouldn't necessitate the doctrine of unforeseen development, new knowledge, because that entails the removal of the rule itself, which was established by the text. And it's very important here that we're gonna see an example there later, where actually the problem of Bada is that if God said something and then he realized it was wrong, then God is a liar. That cannot be tolerated. Lied in two ways. Either he lied about it, or he said something that turned out to be not true, just to fill in the blank. And all of these are rejected. These rejected on different premises, and this is where I say that the theological presuppositions of the Mu'tazila led them to reject that, which here is some part of the way. For instance, the Sunnis would have rejected it, or other Shiites would have rejected it, precisely on similar ground, but not, they would give different explanations. The Mu'tazila would tie that to their own understanding of the nature of God as qadim, and therefore that his knowledge is not acquired, whereas probably other groups would come from a different angle to it. So that's largely in terms of definition of abrogation. Probably one last thing from Abu Hussein Basri before I move to other Mu'tazila figures is that he added that abrogating something before its due time is not permissible. The example he gave is the following. If God were to command us on the morning of one day, pray at sunset 2 prostrations, then at noon he said, don't pray at sunset 2 prostrations. I'm paraphrasing. The command and prohibition would have addressed one and the same act for the same time, which originated from the one obligator to one obligated. Therefore, obligating someone to do one of them specifically and avoid the other act, which is specifically done, when the 2 acts are indistinguishable, is an impossible obligation. Even if you were to distinguish between them, there's no way to know which one is beneficial and which one is harmful. And that is another point that we see recur a lot in the explanations that Mu'tazila give, is that the abrogating must be more beneficial, clearly. So, and in this particular case, for instance, you can distinguish why one is harmful and how one is harmful and how one is beneficial. Also, the abrogation came before people had the chance to do something. And that's where, again, it goes, why did God change his mind? Having already decided on something, which goes into the speculation of the nature of God that does not tolerate him doing those things before their time comes, or the time of their actual practice. Moving to another Mu'tazili figure and looking at some examples of how that particular person, Zamakhshari, in this case, tackles with the notion of abrogation. He starts with Surah Al-Nahl 101, and when we substitute one verse in place of another, and God knows best what he reveals, they say you are simply lying, but most of them have no understanding. The substitution of one verse in place of another is abrogation. Almighty God abrogates the laws by other laws because they are benefits. And here you see the emphasis that only laws, laws, and here we don't need to understand it. Actually, we should not understand it in the modern meaning of law. We need to understand it in the religious pre-modern meaning of law to include acts. So ahkam here are not only the laws about conduct, but also laws of worship, including rituals. So Almighty God abrogates the laws by other laws because they are benefits and saleh. But what was beneficial yesterday could become harmful today. Hence, what comes in its place is beneficial. Almighty God knows what is beneficial and harmful, and given his wisdom, he confirms what he wills and abrogates what he wills, which is the meaning of God saying, and God knows best what he reveals. They say you are something lying. By the way, we need to be attentive about this, ma yasha. It's not an absolute ma yasha. God cannot do, at least in most Mu'tazila discourse, God cannot do ma yasha. There are limits, but within the limits, he can do ma yasha. Here it's in reference to the accusation of the Prophet Muhammad that they found a way to criticize, which they did because of their ignorance and lack of knowledge about the abrogating and abrogated verses. For they used to say Muhammad is deceiving his companions. Today he commands them to do something, and tomorrow he forbids them from doing it and brings what is easy. So all of these accusations that were at the time of the Prophet Muhammad. The objective was what is beneficial, not ease or hardness. If one were to ask, when replacing a verse with another verse, is there a proof that the Quran must be abrogated by the Quran, and therefore cannot be abrogated by the Sunnah, or by consensus, or by analogy? I say there is a proof that the Quran is abrogated by the Quran, but there is no indication suggesting it cannot be abrogated by other sources, namely the well-known and authoritatively transmitted Sunnah, which is equal to the Quran as a base for knowledge. Therefore, abrogating it by the Sunnah is like abrogating it by other Quranic speech. As for consensus, analogy, and non-authoritative Sunnah, it's not permissible to abrogate the Quran by it. So here is again we see how, in the opinion of someone like Zamakhshari, which corresponds with other earlier episodes, Abu Hussein Basri, that the Sunnah abrogates the Quran. Again, that's in agreement with lots of mainstream Sunnah views on abrogation. Now, the second big subcategories, and in very brief, about some additional angles that relate to abrogation and these determine whether or not abrogation functions and how it functions. There are three main angles. Is a relation between ma'lum, exact, and maznoon, deduced, between am and khas, general and specific, and between qadim and muhdath, that is between eternal or uncreated and created. And in this particular one, to go back to Abu Hussein al-Basri, essentially says, if the exact predates the deduced, then it cannot be abrogated by the deduced. But if the exact postdates the deduced, then it is abrogated. So here it's talking about the nature of the divine address and whether it falls under a clear, exact address, that is, its meaning is very clear and exact, or under something that I deduced it could mean. So maznoon here is what in the realm of the human reading of that text. And we see that also he largely rejects the opinion that there is takhir here between exact and deduced, that people have the option. Takhir is only if both of them are deduced, then it's up to us. But in this particular case, he raises a very important point where actually the notion of abrogation does not function, is when there is an address that is am, general, and another address that's khas, specific, in which case abrogation does not work. It's simply one is general and one specific, and the specific you apply to the specific case, and the general to the general case. And he gives, for instance, an example about marriage to two sisters, which often are raised. There is a ban on marrying two sisters in 423, Surah An-Nisa, and there is a discussion in 4.3 earlier that you can marry as many of your slave girls. It doesn't specify about sisters, and he says that the 423 is specific. It speaks specifically about the marriage to two sisters. And here, the notion of abrogation doesn't work. It's not that 423 abrogates 4.3 or 4.3 abrogates 4.23, which other scholars would have said. Here, it's not about abrogation. It's about khas versus am, that takes it out of the realm. So we see that where others would have discussed the relationship of such verses under the notion of abrogation, for someone like Abu Hussein Basri, no, this is under am and khas address of the Quran, and therefore it's outside the issue of abrogation. And the penultimate point is about the relationship of eternal and created, qadim and muhdath, which is very important. Here it's from Qadi Abd Jabbar. This is one of the dalail. God's expression for every verse we abrogate or cause to be forgotten, we bring down one better or similar, can allow the abrogation of a verse, namely replacement and effacement. He also allowed that it be forgotten. All of this demonstrates that the verse is created, because if it were eternal, this would not be possible. Equally, replacing it with something better demonstrates that it is created, because eternal cannot be described that the all-powerful can bring something better than it. That's again into the kind of nature of God. And there is, God cannot improve himself. So therefore, the notion of abrogation is very much thought through that prism of what do we know about God and the Mu'tazila. Most of them have a very clear idea, at least they think they know exactly how that, and therefore for an address to be abrogated, it has to be created, it cannot be qadim. That's a very important area. So finally, I come to my final point about what is so unique about the Mu'tazila. In the broader spectrum, actually, there is nothing unique. It's very much that what you see in lots of other mainstream Sunni, mainstream Shia. There are some peculiar points here and there that can distinguish them. Obviously, could be their particular take on certain minor points. And often those comes in the explanations rather than the main point itself. So that notion of khas and am, this is across the spectrum in Islamic thought. It's not a Mu'tazila thing, that this is not naskh. As you saw earlier, whether the Sunnah can abrogate the Quran, it's something that is across the board. It's not to the Mu'tazila. Whether that can rejection of Bada, this is also across the board. So all of these points that I've essentially presented are there in any kind of, if you were to say mainstream Sunni or Muslim Shia kind of tafsir. If one were to raise certain peculiarities, it is in these subcategories, for instance, of Qadim and Muhtath. Because, for instance, that is peculiar to Mu'tazila versus most of mainstream Sunnis. Because in mainstream Sunnis, the Quran is Qadim, it's not makhluk. And therefore, that nuance would be rejected by that. So here you could see certain peculiarities. But that's for example an example actually. Ash'ari, for example, starts by a critique of the Mu'tazila, right? Where the Mu'tazila agreed that the Creator is not one with acquired knowledge. Or learns it, and it is impermissible that he becomes aware of new things. It's also impermissible to abrogate the reports that come from him, because if it is permissible to abrogate them, then were he to tell us about something to occur, then abrogated that by saying that it will not occur, then one of the two reports will be a lie. Hence, the Mu'tazila argue that the abrogating and abrogated relate only to commands and prohibitions. But then, toward the end of his book, Al-Ash'ari gives us a very interesting take, where he says, most scholars refute that, arguing it is impermissible that the reports coming from God to be abrogated, nor his adulation names. So, obviously, when he says most scholars refuted, Ankara Aksar Nas is one of those Aksar Nas, that it is impermissible that the reports coming from God to be abrogated. And here he is distinguished those from ahkam, from rules. And in this case, he just agreed with the Mu'tazila. That he just pointed out that the Mu'tazila do not allow abrogation except for ahkam. So, fine, you don't allow abrogation except for ahkam. And the second point is, some among the Shiites, and again, it's an exaggerated point, erred and claimed that God does not know what will occur until it occurs. And you see that he concludes by saying, may God be vastly exalted from what they say. تعالى الله عما قالوه علوا كبيرا, in his rejection of God's knowledge and the rejection of Bada, in which case he also ends up to agree with what just he criticized the Mu'tazila of holding. So even though this is an opinion from outside, is that not everything that actually the people who criticize the Mu'tazila for actually mean it as a criticism, or means that they are against the Mu'tazila for those particular points. But more importantly, actually, this is another skip for yeah, that's it. So this is a quote from a very extensive quote from Al-Razi, and I believe it for you to go attentively, where he actually described in details the power of Abi Muslim al-Isfahani about so many things relating to a verse in the Quran where supposedly it abrogates whether people can make a will. And the main argument of Abu Muslim Isfahani is that he doesn't accept at all that this has anything to do of abrogation, because it relates, in his opinion, to the Tartib al-Quran. And if something earlier abrogates something after, then that is bad composition. And we cannot describe God of being a bad composer. And you see the very last statement by Al-Razi. فهذا تقرير قول أبو مسلم وهو في غاية الصحة. So for Al-Razi, he rejects so many other Sunni views on that condition, that Tartib al-Quran relates to the nature of God as a murattib. It's like God actually is organized the Quran in the way we know. And if we want to accept that early verses abrogates later verses, then God is a lousy organizer of the Quran. He didn't know how to put it in proper order. And on the basis of that, the abrogation, by the way, is refused. You can find an explanation of what means, what relationship you need between verses early and after, but it cannot be talked about abrogation. So this is where, for instance, Al-Razi realized that Abu Muslim Isfahani Mu'tazila gave him the way out. Whereas, by the way, Ajishmi refuses Abu Muslim Isfahani explanation and accept the fact of abrogation, even though he considers composition as very important. So I'm going to finish here and the discussion.
So we have 18 minutes for questions, and actually, if you allow me to just start by asking Elena. Elena, I'd really like your talk a lot, but it is tantalizing in the sense that you didn't tell us what do you think we need to, in a sense, highlight about Mu'tazilism. Would you like to elaborate, in a sense, what is it by focusing on theology, what is it that we're missing in approaching Mu'tazilism?
Well, as I said, I think it's not to deny that theology is important, and of course theology is a very broad concept, right? So you can say, well, the approach is also governed by theology. Very general, everything is theology for the Mu'tazila, but then everything is theology for everybody else. And,
That's true, yeah.
And so somehow Mu'tazila became associated with this theological image, not others. And I think, important as they are, those aspects, there are many other things that are there in Mu'tazila tafsīr. And those concepts, beginning with the content, not necessarily just the 5 principles of Mu'tazila theology, but perhaps other sorts of ideas. Did they have a particular view on other topics or not? So, broadly speaking, content, approach. So, how did it fit into Mu'tazila epistemology? Is this epistemology somewhere manifest in the text of the tafsīr? Methods, vocabulary. Did they bring anything to the development of tafsīr tradition? And I understand, of course, if you just take several texts and you compare them and you can see, well, this concept is there, this concept is there, therefore, they're the same, they're not different. But I think you have to view it in the context to see where does this influence come from, who's the audience for whom the text is written. And I think in this way, we'll have a richer picture of Mu'tazila tafsīr. It's since actually 1982, I think Rosalind Quinn, when she wrote her PhD, it's still unpublished, it's on al-Jubai, and she dealt with that theology-centered image of al-Jubai, and so she dealt with citations and references from the tafsir, and she demonstrated that it's not about theology, so you have things about law, you have grammar, you have everything else, and so it's just, I think, of making the picture more rich.
Yeah, actually, I forgot about that dissertation. Actually, thank you for reminding us about it. Okay, any questions from the audience, please? Stefan.
I can cover that.
Thank you all for some really fascinating talks. I've got a question, I think, probably for Alina and for Gregor. I was wondering what the importance of aspects of theories of language, particularly Al-Qiyamist and revelationist and conventionalist sources of understandings of language influence or are a marker for Muʿtazilī tafsīr, with a lot of Muʿtazilis adopting a conventionalist rather than a revelationist view of language. Is that something that plays out in the way that Muʿtazilī exegeses are written and approached?
It certainly is a very present element, but not necessarily exclusively Muʿtazilī, of course. But the reference to get to the basics of semantics, to refer to Ahl al-Lugha and to the wada moment is certainly a very characteristic element of Muʿtazilī tafsīr. And this is of course related to the fact that divine language speaks in human language. So in order to get to the meaning of divine language, you have to first know what language were those people speaking who were the addressees of the revelation in the first point, and that so therefore the reference to different semantic assignments, also of course the muwada, we have al-muwada al-lughawiyya, al-muwada al-shar'iyya, and so we have different moments of semantic assignment which play a role, which for Mu'tazilis are a crucial point of reference. But yeah, you have to go more to factors in order to get to what is exclusively Mu'tazili. And of course, as Alena said, when you're talking about the Mu'tazila, you have to speak about specific people. You cannot speak about the Mu'tazila in one go. So it has to be more refined.
Dr. Saleh, please go ahead.
I think my voice is fine. To this Professor Sulaiman, I think you missed the part of tafsīr al-Qaraite. Qaraite is mutashabih في القرآن. He explained a specific part about naskh. And he presents also the Mu'tazilī Baghdadi, different than Basra. And he categorized all the views which is he judged mostly. And this is, I think, it's kind of better. But this also to Gregor, I think you mentioned this is when you make comparison between the Hakim al-Dushami and Tawriya. What is mentioned about do they have Nadam or not? Because you categorize the views of the elements, how to the starting of the tafsir in al-Dushami, but also compared with what is in his view about the Nazam?
Does the Jewish Qaraite tradition talk about Nadam of Torah?
Of course, yes, of course, very much so.
Because yes, how you didn't explain it.
And there are many things I didn't explain.
I mean, it's at least briefly we could understand it. What is this many?
Yeah. Yes, Nazm is a very central concept. So explaining what comes earlier, also of course on the unit of sentences and of sense units, how they are structured is a very important part of exegetical explanation. And this is related to the concept of tadween. So tadween, which of course is a very loaded subject, because it is a question about the identity of the Mudawwin, which is a huge question in Qaraite literature. But the concept of Tadween is, of course, related to what is good composition. And good composition is very much related to nazm. And of course, nazm plays a very important role in the Ijaz doctrine. And that is also where it exactly plays a role among the Qaraites in order to basically explain the aesthetic superiority or ameliorability of the text of scripture.
But so this was influenced by the Mu'tazila or the Muslims, or they have these ideas earlier than Muslims?
No, it's certainly in Arabic exegetical literature in Arabic. It's very much following discussion in the Quran, Quran exegesis, but the Quran exegesis itself relates to poetry. I mean, to discussions about relations between how to write good poetry. So the nazm concept or discussions about that in the Quran exegesis are not exclusively to the Quran, but about writing literature in general. And of course, I mean, the Jews take part in this discussion.
So they've been influenced by the Muslim.
Yeah, I mean, influence is a difficult term, as you know, but because as I see it, they are part of the same conversation, and there is no linear connection between Muslim orders and Jewish orders. So one is taken from the other, or vice versa. It's that both are taking part in the same discussion and drawing their respective conclusions. But it's not about influence or borrowing or this kind of stuff.
Actually, I want to add to Stephen's question, and this is to all of you. Like, one thing about Mu'tazilism and tafsīr is, I think, which we have missed, is that they would have been the earlier proponents of like philology as a radical judge. In a sense, they believed that they're right because their philology was right, not because their theology was right. And I really think that point is really, we have missed somehow. But is that true, or is that not true? And I'm trying to, in a sense, go away from the notion that Mu'tazilism is theology, or theology is what all defines them. But is that possible, right? Especially in the Gregor, in the case of the Jewish tradition, or even the Arabic Jewish tradition, is really this, it is a radical revolution that is the discovery of Hebrew philology, and it's the wake of it. But I'm not sure how we can argue that.
Well, I would say that the Mu'tazilī relation to language and is in a way comparing, so the approach to meaning is comparable to their approach to legal and moral values. So that in certain areas of knowledge, you can come to a definite conclusion about what is at all times good and what is at all times the correct meaning of a semantic unit. So in that way, there is certainly kind of a certain positivism in their approach to understand those units. And of course, in the Qaraite tradition, you see it well, that those people who are the most pronounced adherents of Muʿtazilī Kalām are coming out of a very strong linguistic tradition, so that writing systematic grammars and writing systematic glossaries, or even commentaries that are only based on difficult words and so on. So this kind of tradition of linguistic awareness on sensitivity is tightly connected with the Mu'tazilite theological tradition. They go hand in hand and cannot be separated.
If I add also, I think often we forget that when we talk about the Mu'tazila, what we have in mind is actually late Mu'tazila. That the very first generation of Mu'tazila, mostly in the 8th century, we still know very poor about them, one, and the relationship. And often we take the later Mu'tazila back projection of their own origin and their own theological views as indicative when actually there was not common thing among them, probably lots of serious beliefs. But going with the later one, I think those observations that you just said, Walid and Gregor, are very spot on in the sense that in order to be a convincing and in order to win your argument, you need to know how to manipulate language to your advantage. If there is one feature in many of them, and that's why it's something that you said, why Zamakhshari's Kashaf became an essential tafsir even for Sunnis who hated it, and for its theological. Then, that's what got me angry with Amr Layth. It's like, we know that, any Sunni know that the Kashaf is a poison, right? But you can do without it. So, and that's because of its language, right? And its philology, it's getting to a higher level of language, philology, lexicography that otherwise you cannot think. So there is, now that we have ģiṣma out, that also gives you another layer of how much. But I think we forget how, you are right, that they obsessed as much about language, the rules of language.
Any short questions before we bring this panel to an end? Okay, well, I'd really like us to thank our panelists for this wonderful presentations. Thank you.
So thank you again. Our first speaker is Abdurrahman al-Salimi.
Salimi.
Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
I'm going to hand over to you with no further
Thank you very
comments.
The talk which is presented today, well, thank you very much, Walid, for the invitation. Thank you also the Institute for Ismaili Studies for organizing the conference. Thank you, Nashin, for all the friends. The talk about the ʿiṣma, it's for two reasons. In fact, when I prepared with Walid about trying to do about the Nadam, then I wrote the Nadam, especially about al-ģiṣma, and also to compare it with his view with then I found with al-Qadi Abdul Jabbar, but I found is more to be expanded. But the ģiṣma, I found it is for two reasons. Firstly, for many professors who actually search of late antiquity and early Islam and Quran, especially Rodi Barrett, Muhammad al-Quran, and Novert, and Aziz al-Adma, they discuss about the prophethood in general, but they never touch al-ģiṣma, which is the main point to makes the prophethood, but never actually discuss what does mean the ģiṣma, or the infability or impeccability for the prophethood. And the second reason also, we didn't find also in Arabic lexicon, in Arabic general and poet, mentioned about the ģiṣma. Even if this is mentioned, try to harmonize it, or we found the words in the Quran that doesn't relate it directly to the prophets. So the prophets, in this general, always he explain his humankind or their normal people, but what is إِنَّمَا يُوحَى إِلَيْهِ? So he has been revealed. So what is mean the distinguish? And of course, how this concept, ģiṣma, is to be emerged in the Islamic theology as a concept or thought in general, because it's also the later the Shi'i, especially 12ers or Ismaili, they use it for the imams and become and is one a part of the belief. In the Zaydis, they have it shortly in the three early Imams in Ali and Hussein and Hassan and Hussein. But the Muslim in general, this is a huge discussion became in 4th or 10th century in general. Of course, Professor Madalong, in his article in the Encyclopedia of Islam, he present the view of most of Islamic theology in general, but it doesn't mention when is this main emerged, but it looks like both of them, he and Professor Vanes, they agreed that is emerged in the 2nd century, 8th century in Islam, AD. So it's, and they thought that is, in fact, this is the reference of the Shi'i. But I think we didn't found that is an authentic or documented precisely to mention the ʿiṣma as a concept or a term, in my view. Now we try that is to find the impeccability of the ʿiṣma, or how the prophet sinner to be interpreted or to be in the Quran, especially with the Muʿtazilī in this case. Where is it? So this is the debate. Interestingly, I found the first text which is mentioned about the prophet sinners in al-Fazari, the recent publishing by al-Fazari, early by the Theological, published by Brill recently. In one part, he mentioned, he illustrated, because he was refute or response against the hadith. In general, this is our false hadith. This is not correct. And he mentioned, he illustrated a long list of prophet sinners from Adam and his go down to the Prophet Muhammad. So, and also to some angels. And then we found this is with the Qaraite too, but he didn't mention the ʿiṣma. He mentioned they claim against the prophets on what is on the comparative. We were in these papers to compare it also with Qadi Abdul Jabbar in his view, because, for example, in general, the view is become in 10th century. This is in 2nd century, but after a century and a half, the division of Islamic theology is becoming clear. Is what is discussion of ilahiyat, the divinity, and the second is about prophethood, is become a separate section in the discussion, and then sam'iyat, which is being of the discussion in the general of theology, for example, as-sirat or others, or in some elements that is being to be discussing of the. So is for example, I illustrate this is view of which is mentioned in Kitab al-Rudud in al-Fazari. He's starting about Adam, his sinner, and he mentioned also about then about Yusuf, that is he may make adulteries. So he refused offer. Most of this is about Moses and David when he killed he sent the claim about the man who killed in the battle because of his loved his wife, and about the Solomon. And that is his kingdom was taken from him, and that Satan approaches his wife. In general, was everywhere. I mean, in the prophets' stories, expanded and is a long story or shorter, or in the tafsir is available. But let's to go is in more details, where is about al-Fazari and al-Tarififi and then al-Qadi Abdul Jabbar. So if we compare that, is we al-Tarififi first, he tried to, the main discussion was this verse, إن الذين سبقت لهم منا الحسنى أولئك عنها مبعدون. So here it is, the thinking was two approach about the free will and predestination. That is, these people were, whatever they're doing, this is by their motivation or out their motivation. It's as a Mu'tazili. But also they refutes in the other part as a transmission of hadith or these reports, either false or not false. So this is one of the major discussion in this part of I found some of discussion is in al-Jahid in this early 3rd century. In al-Jahid, he's also discussed some part of prophet sinners or ʿiṣma, and also in some early ibadah text like Mahbub in this is in New Epistles, they discuss, but is briefly, that is what is being mentioned. But is in the importance when he is approaches, this is by Mu'tazila, he first that is, he said that both, this is, we have to look for each verse in two ways, by either scriptural revealed or by aqli reasoning based of the evidence to show that. And he distinguish, so when he paces this, his methodology is very clear to distinguish in both elements, how to look from reasoning part, and also we'll have to look from the reports. And then he distinguish between the 2 degrees of ʿiṣma. He first, who is those who could commit any kind, whether they're major sin or non or minor, and those who might be prone to sin. And he points 2 different respects in this respect at 4 levels. He mentioned we have to divide these elements or this sinner in 4 parts, either in their belief, the creedal part, or the way of the message they communicated. I mean, for example, about the Moses when he was, or about the ruling and fatwas, about, for example, about Solomon when he discussed with David, نفشت فيه غنم القوم. Who is the true? Because if they are both prophets and they are both truthful, who is the truth to give this judge? And also the prophet, if he is who has been claimed in the Quran about his fatwa, so how could he is not a sinner, or he is not incorrect in his judge? And but this, the important part about the fatwa and rulings has been achieved from a theology to jurisprudence, and become the jurisprudence as a part about the ijtihad al-nabi. It's a new subject completely to be discussing all. I mean, maybe this is influenced by theologian in Islamic jurisprudence. So ijtihad al-nabi has become a part in the discussion. And the 4th about the condition of life or history of the prophets, which is the major story that is being done. He is the first who is actually, I mean, who divided this is to understand all these stories in the Quran. Then he subsequently he difference about the firaq. He discussed the difference over which stage the prophet life, the ʿiṣma, become operative and not. That's some say of the days, either in their birth or after they became a prophets, So this is the major end of the discussion, and how while other mentees began when the Prophet reached. So this is a discussion in the major discussion, whether he from his young, from his when since his birth or not, or at which stage he became infability of to the prophets. For example, the Karramiyya is the most interesting in Islamic theology, and they consider the Prophet can be make a major sinner, like even can killed or something, but he has to be represent to God, and that is the way of any humankind. So it is not anybody can do the mistake, but he has to preserve. And then this is then when the Supreme Court, the Prophet ʿiṣma, you know that there are two different points of the matter. The first view of how to maintain view that is, I mean, the ʿiṣma maintains that is from God. So, however, they are disagree. That is whether this God created in the Prophet in a state of the purity. I mean, something is given by God to so they are like, so they can have a free will and to do to protect themselves not to make the wrong, or this is that is or that is was incapable of sin, or whether God created him from the sin, or the God he pushed them away to do the sin. So this is either this came from divinity, or this is being created in themselves to be, and that is was of the major discussion in this is, so something is either from inside or from outside to be protected. Then he moves to, on the report, the claims by those who have connected false or assertion. First, examine their beliefs before they considering the way of they are conveyed and the ruling of the fatwa derived from them. And he finally looks at the Prophet's personal situation and the life in the history, where the particular emphasize on the later. He's more or less, in this case, he tried to either to use the language, and first to reinterpret the text of each verse. So the language or the philological part is play the major roles for his argument. And then he say we have to look if the language is the first. The second, he is consider about the nadam. How is we have to look for the text earlier? What is being the report in the Quran is mentioned, so we have to look for the text. Is what is the earliest text to be connected with the story? Instead just to give direct judgment, we have to look from the earliest text and the lower text, and how to be the coherence between the two parts within the story. So this is one of his arguments. And the third, so because the major part was the stories. The stories, if this was more or less, he considered immediately this is either is a false reports, or he considered this is Israeliyat, that is came from the people of the book. They just reported, and that is we have to be identified in these majors. Then he rejects the report from sources. Interestingly, he considered all the reports transmitted of the hadith. If it is called the single transmission, khabar al-wahid, will be immediately not being accepted in the prophets. So he considered that is like divinity of the God. It's so is not being accepted. So he rejected all the hadith which has become single transmission. And that is, And he used of the ta'wil of the language to use a proof of the point. And he point two different, as I mentioned, about this. And he discussed about the staged, which is mentioned, either he mentioned about the dates or about the others is simultaneous. And the third point, which he made about the ʿiṣma, either this is as mentioned by the first view about the maintenance of God, or the claim that is the ʿiṣma from the Prophet himself. And they thought that is disagreement whether they are matter of a choice of a prophet or part of a due to outside assistance. And then, of course, the fourth point he is about the hadith, and this is how to criticizing the hadith from the earliest, not to be accepted as a report to the prophet against the prophet. And then also, of course, he is a part of the differences of opinion. The question could we fall into, he regards about the belief, that is not is about this is an amount about the kufr is not, and or dalal is not accepted. Those words against the I mean for وَعَصَى آدَمَ رَبُّهُ فَغَوَى. So he's trying, even this is clear in the Quranic text, but he tried to give it a certain interpretation of this, his methodology and his philology, as I mentioned, and that is with regard to the fatwa. He mentioned that is disagreed, which is about the wrong on the fatwa and the ruling in giving, and that is all this is because the time is been now is running, so I am tried to just go over this. Is very clear that is from his four methodology to discuss these points. It was clear how he's dealing with his he has a certain methodology to approve the Quran, for example, when he when he take about the David and Solomon, he immediately respond, this is a specious interpretation, since the ayat does not state in David was wrong completely. And he mentioned there is no certain that is to be claimed against David. And that is in his argument about Adam and for the forbidden. I mean, I give this as an example, so it shows how this is in of his certain of his interpretation of this text in general, because that is in my view, it's more shows they are different than more. I mean, major discussion of the Mu'tazila is only they look for the divinity, but I try to show it how they look also for the prophethood, and as the new part of their theological discussion and how to approve of that their action with themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's a handout going around. I want to start by thanking Professor Walid, Saleh for
You guys
organizing.
have to stop thanking me, okay?
I want to thank Navshin Premji for doing such a fabulous job.
You can keep thanking me, I'm fine with that.
I want to of course thank the Institute of Ismaili Studies for making all of this possible and for making it possible for us to gather here today. The paper that I have today is titled An Inquiry into Muʿjizāt, a study of cross-pollination between Kalām schools. The handout is simply meant to help you follow along, and I'll refer to it occasionally. In this paper, I'm primarily interested in the cross-pollination of ideas that took place across Kalām school traditions. Recent studies on Kalām, especially on the Muʿtazilā, make it possible to see in more significant ways than ever before how Sunni school traditions continued Mu'tazilite directions of thought and how Mu'tazilite ideas were institutionalized into both the Ash'ari and Māturīdī traditions. This process of institutionalization included not just definitions of terms, interpretive methods, and theological principles, it also included linguistic postulates that were central to the thought world of the Mu'tazila. My aim in what follows is to describe the ways that ideas cross-pollinated between the Mu'tazila and Sunni school traditions within Muʿjizāt discourse. That is to say, within the discourse devoted to miracles and other extraordinary acts. My focus here is on the different ways that Kalām school traditions parse the term mu'jiz, which is what they call a sifa or adjective, and the term muʿjizā, which is the ism or the name formed from the adjective. A bird's eye view of the theological discourse on Muʿjizāt from Ash'ari forward suggests that one of the objectives of the Kalām schools is to establish the semantic range of the term mu'jiz, as the adjective. A comparison of the theological sources from roughly the 10th century through the 14th century suggests that the haqiqa-majaz dichotomy, that is to say, the distinction between true, proper, literal sense of a word and its non-literal or figurative sense, a subject that has been discussed in some detail by Heinrich, was crucial to the process through which the semantic range of the word mu'jiz was established. So the very basic guiding question for this paper is, how did the haqiqa-majaz dichotomy shape the way that Kalām schools explicated the term mu'jiz? I should mention before delving into this topic that the Kalām school stressed that the problem of determining the different senses of mu'jiz is a matter of urgency for several reasons. It is Baqillani's view that clarifying the meaning of the term mu'jiz is necessary to building a theory of the Qur'an's inimitability, since to make a claim that a quality of the Qur'an is matchless already presupposes an index for measuring matchlessness or inimitability. It is also clear from theological discussions that the practice of systematizing miracles and other extraordinary acts presupposes a theory that sets off prophetic miracles from other extraordinary acts attributed to the saints and other holy persons. A quick glance at your handout. You'll see that the sources that form the textual basis for this study come from the Basran Mu'tazila tradition, and those are Abdul Jabbar's Mughni, as well as a commentary on Abdul Jabbar's Al-Usul al-Khamsa, which was authored by his pupil Malik. The authors I'm working from Ash'arism are Ash'ari himself, Ibn Furak, Baqillani, Juwayni, Razi, Amidi, and Taftazani. And from Māturīdism, I'm working mainly with Nasafi. So what this means is that the slice I'm concerned with is a slice of Kalām up until the 14th century. My strategy has been to first discern the patterns of reasoning that the Mutakallimun deploy to ascribe meaning to the term mu'jiz, and then to examine how the semantic range of this term is established according to different school traditions, bringing out the differences between authors and trying to trace changes in continuity in the ways that this term is elaborated. My focus is on how the term mu'jiz, the sifa, and the ism, mu'jiza, are being defined, on the modes of reasoning used to define them, and on the ways that theological and linguistic principles are shaping the values assigned to these terms. I do not try to trace ideas by focusing on textual transmission. That is to say, I do not try to determine how ideas are passed down from one author to the next, although the most basic lines of transmission can be easily discerned. I want to proceed by describing two principles that were shared by the Basran Mu'tazila and Sunni schools, principles that shape the ways that establish the semantic range of the term mu'jiz. Part 1, lexical code, and linguistic truth. Muslim theologians of all intellectual persuasions seem to take linguistic truth as a starting point when establishing the haqiqa sense of the term mu'jiz. The grammatical bent in their methodologies is unmistakable, and their approaches are likely the result of an exchange between theological and grammatical activities. The Basran Mu'tazila and the Sunni theologians accept certain basic principles governing language, including the idea of a paradigmatic Arabic lexicon. If we take our lead from Alexander Key and other scholars such as Bernard Weiss, we can understand the Arabic lexicon as a paradigmatic code with accurate lexical placements, accuracy being the most important value of that code. To find the placement or precedent of a word in the code was tantamount to finding its haqiqa sense, and this sense was considered accurate because it connected a vocal form to mental content. Both Basran Mu'tazili and Sunni authors, when determining the semantic range of the term mu'jiz, appealed to the lexicon or code on the grounds that it provided accurate sense, a sense which they categorized as true, proper, and literal. To use a word in a way that went beyond its original placement and precedent in the lexicon was to posit an extended majaz sense for the term. For our purposes, what is most important is that for both the Basran Mu'tazili and Sunni authors, the first step in establishing the semantic range of the word mu'jiz involved reaching into the lexicon to find its true, proper, literal value. A second shared principle. Inferential reasoning is a modality of establishing the meaning of mu'jiz. Both the Basran Mu'tazili and Sunni schools of thought pride themselves on using inferential reasoning, istinbat or istidlal, to pinpoint the meaning of mu'jiz. Frequently what they do is pit themselves against the Ahl al-Lugha, the experts in language who establish the principles that structure the classical Arabic lexicon. The most important suggestion made by both Abdul Jabbar, a Basran Mu'tazili, and Baqillani, an Ash'ari Sunni writing before Ash'arism had bifurcated into Eastern and Western schools, is that different modalities can be employed to ascribe meaning to the term mu'jiz, and that to appeal to the code is to rely on a single modality that would yield only a lexical sense of the term, and fail to capture additional rational senses. The most telling discussion on this issue comes from Abdul Jabbar's Mughni. He is interested in distinguishing between several modes through which the meaning of mu'jiz can be coined. So he appeals to al-istilah, al-ta'aruf, and wada al-lugha in order to illustrate that different senses are conveyed through these modes. From his lengthy discussion on this issue, one can discern three modalities of ascribing meaning to words. These are linguistic use, wada al-lugha, common definition, at-ta'aruf, and finally, coining a technical terminology, al-istilah, by using inferential reasoning. The first of these two fall under the rubric of expression, ibara, as they have to do with linguistic postulates. While the first conveys the lexical meaning of a word on the basis of usage or etymology, the second, common definition or idiomatic use, also has its basis in usage or etymology, and for that reason falls under the category ibara. What is specified to the third modality is what Abdul Jabbar calls ma'na, and by this he intends a conceptual or intelligible meaning. He stresses, more so than any other author, the idea that the modalities of ascribing meaning have different degrees of authority. So he insists that istilah is a mode of coining meaning that is superior to common definition, which in turn is superior to linguistic use. Now this little template that Abdul Jabbar seems to formulate seems to have influenced the Sunni authors, but I've not found the exact template in the Sunni authors. And it is not entirely clear to me whether the Sunni authors, which I'm going to discuss, are actually using Abdul Jabbar as a source. Part 2, the semantic range of muʿjiz. I mentioned above that one of the objectives of the Basran Mu'tazili and Sunni schools is to establish the semantic range of the term muʿjiz by determining which senses are permissible according to the postulates of language. Of paramount importance in their discussions is the characteristically Mu'tazili distinction between haqiqa and majaz senses of this term. There is one aspect of this Mu'tazili distinction that might explain how the Basrans and Sunni authors are thinking about this term. Mu'tazilites tended to place the terms majaz and haqiqa in parallel to one another, so that majaz was considered the anti-image of haqiqa, conveying the idea of something non-essential and non-true. At least one important Mu'tazilite, An-Nashi' al-Akbar, who died in 906, developed a theory which proposed that the divine attributes belong to God in truth, while to anyone else but God, they belong by way of figurative interpretation. In addition to conveying the true sense of a divine attribute, haqiqa also acquired the meaning of the non-idiomatic, literal use of a word or construction. With this context in mind, we can now ask, how did the dichotomy of haqiqa and majaz influence the way that Ash'ari, and more broadly the Kalām schools, derive the meaning of the term muʿjiz? Ash'ari's appeal to the haqiqa-majaz dichotomy. An important passage in Ibn Furak's Mujarrad suggests that Ash'ari relies on the characteristically Mu'tazilite dichotomy of haqiqa-majaz to distinguish several senses of this term, and that by doing so, he puts forward the beginnings of a technical terminology of miracles. For our purposes, what is important here is that Ash'ari, under the influence of the Mu'tazila, applied these terms to different locations, namely the divine and human realms. For Ash'ari, there is the true, proper, literal sense of muʿjiz, and this proper and accurate sense is applicable only to the divine realm. So Ash'ari asserts that what is muʿjiz in the true sense is only the divine agent. While he establishes this sense by reaching into the paradigmatic code or lexicon, he also establishes it by finding a precedent for it in his theory of attributes. Thus he states that what is truly muʿjiz is the agent that affects incapacity, fa'il al-ajz, just as what truly empowers another thing is the agent of power, and the one who gives life is the agent of life, and the one who causes us to die is the agent of death. This argument relies on the characteristically Mu'tazilite idea that the true, proper, and literal sense of certain words is applicable only to the divine realm. But the idea seems to have found its way back into Mu'tazilite circles, for it is later endorsed by both Abdul Jabbar and his pupil Manakim, who only depart by using the term fa'il, agent, instead of khaliq, creator, to refer to God. Ash'ari on the majaz senses of muʿjiz. So back to Ash'ari. In the course of establishing the semantic range of the term muʿjiz, Ash'ari postulates additional figurative senses. It is quite plain that he is deriving such senses from the haqiqa sense, although he does not use the term majaz here to describe those senses. Ibn Furak reports that for Ash'ari, muʿjiz in a derived and figurative sense can refer to 1, an act performed at the hands of a prophet, and by this he means the act which comes into being with the challenge of the prophet to replicate it, and it can also refer to 2, whatever is analogous to the act which we are incapacitated from carrying out. So the emphasis here, I think, is on the idea that any act which is like, that is to say, of the same genus as the prophet's incapacitating act, also counts as muʿjiz and deserves that label. Now later Sunni authors, including Juwayni, Ahmadi, Razi, and nasafi do place such derived senses under the rubric of the term majaz. So what I'm proposing here is that under the influence of the Mu'tazila, Ash'ari and the later Sunni tradition are thinking about the term mu'jiz in terms of a divine scale meaning versus a human scale meaning. Evidence for this idea that the figurative sense is applicable only to created being can be found in the works of Juwayni, Ahmadi, Razi, and Nasafi. The process of deriving figurative meanings was elaborated by Juwayni, Ahmadi, Razi, and Nasafi, and it is by comparing the works of these authors that one can see that figurative or derived senses were posited, and that these, while they were considered permissible according to the postulates of language, did not capture the trueness of the miracle, since the miracle's being true lies only in its divine scale meaning. To mention just a couple of instances of this, for Juwayni, there is a haqiqa sense that can be applied only to God, and there is a figurative sense that can be applied to the human realm. So he argues that the divine act, ayah, exposed at the hands of the human agent, falls under the rubric of an extended and figurative sense. What Juwayni stresses here is that when we call something mu'jiz figuratively, we mean to refer to the human agent who carries out the extraordinary act, or the act carried out by a human agent. This argument is rehearsed by Ash'ari Sunni scholar Taftazani as well. But even outside Ash'ari circles, for example, among Māturīdī such as Nasafi, the distinction between haqiqa and majaz senses was crucial to the process of establishing the range of its meanings. So Nasafi, for example, says, what is truly mu'jiz, although this is a name which belongs to the one who affirms incapacity, that is to say, God, just as what truly gives power is a name which belongs to the agent of power. However, the one who exposes incapacity is called mu'jiz only figuratively. That's just a glimpse into some of the Sunni authors. There are many others, and obviously this gets much more detailed, but you can see here the basic idea that we get from Ash'ari. By way of conclusion, I want to mention what I think is possibly an unresolvable problem, or at least a problem that I myself have been unable to resolve. It seems important to ask whether the Sunni mutakallimun are working only on the plane of language. Are they only describing the semantic properties of mu'jiz when they appeal to the use of the terms haqiqa and majaz? Do their judgments about what mu'jiz remain at the level of language and its coherence in describing lexically accurate meanings? At least one outstanding Mu'tazilite author, namely Jubai, insisted that human judgments about the divine attributes do not reach reality, but simply manifest the coherence of human language. If the Sunni authors are following this mode of reasoning, then it is possible that they are principally interested in identifying lexically accurate meanings, and that when they describe literal and figurative senses of mu'jiz, that they are simply talking about nothing more than the meaning of words, or the semantic properties of terms. On the other hand, it is possible that when the Sunni mutakallimun are not simply describing the semantic properties of the term mu'jiz, it may also be possible that the Sunni mutakallimun are not simply describing semantic properties of the term mu'jiz, but intend to describe the way things actually are. And that when they use the terms haqiqa and majaz, they are working also on the ontological plane. Within the Mu'tazilite tradition, we know that the term haqiqa had a theological weight or a theological mooring. And Heinrichs has proposed that on some occasions, the process of deriving figurative senses took place also at the ontological level. If the Sunni mutakallimun are thinking along these lines, then they may be understanding derivation to be taking place at both the semantic and ontological levels. So I leave you here with this final unresolved problem and look forward to further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Tariq. Thank you. Our last speaker on this panel is our very own Institute, Dr. Karen Bauer.
Can you make it? There you go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. I'll just repeat the thanks that everybody else had for Walid and Notion and my own institute for hosting, because this is a lovely occasion, and thank you for inviting me to speak at it. So what my title is entirely misleading, and for my original title was entirely misleading, and even this title is very misleading, because what I'm going to talk about today is a very small piece of a much larger project, okay, on emotions in early Islam and what I would call Islamic affect, the disciplining of the emotions and the self. But when you're talking about the disciplining of the self as a pious project and the disciplining of the emotions, it makes sense to start at the beginning with the Quran, and that's when I started to wonder actually what is an emotion in this context. Is there we have a category of something that we think of as emotional, and this may not actually apply in the same ways. So if I were to think about the Mu'tazilī view, or our view, or I'd say what Alina was bringing in, which is the whole kind of a stereotypical view of the Mu'tazilis would be that they're characterized as rationalists, right? Even if we accept that, okay, that there is such a thing as a rationalist, what would it even mean to be a rationalist? What does rationalism mean? What does that entail? What does it what constitutes rationalism? So because it's widely understood that the heart is the seat of thinking or understanding and rationality in medieval Islamic thought. You can just find this anywhere in all of the medieval Islamic thinkers, and in just look at the AI article, you'll get it. In the Quran, though, the heart is also the seat of what you would call emotion and feeling, right? People feel anger there and other things. So it calls into question the separation of what we might call rationality or a thinking realm and emotion, or what we might call a feeling realm. So we wonder if rationality is merely thinking, is it a thought, and is emotion feeling, or is there some kind of joint process going on of thinking and feeling with its locus in the heart? And then this leads to the question then of how do these so-called rationalists, which with all the caveats that I employ here to say that we cannot say that the Mu'tazilis are just one school, etc., etc. But how would they treat something like emotion or feeling? So there are some existing thoughts on love, or on the place of emotion, love being the most dominant emotion that we would think of connected to piety, of course, right? It's a very pious emotion. So Shahab Ahmed talks about the school of love as the dominant form of piety in medieval Islam, whereas Christopher Melchert says that early Islam is characterized by renunciant piety with fear of God, and that he claims that this is in contrast with mysticism, and for him, classical Sufism, characterized by communion with God, it occurs at a much later period. So it's worth thinking about what authors are trying to prove when they talk about this emotional experience of God and with God. So Shahab Ahmed is saying that his broad point is obviously in what is Islam, is that Islam is more than the scholastic traditions of fiqh and tafsīr. So he's pointing to the school of love as evidence for that. Melchert is trying to say that early Islamic piety is renunciant, and modern Sufis are wrong to retroject love and mysticism into that period. That is his basic point. I've spoken to him about this. Okay. So are they right? No, yes, okay, Shahab Ahmed, yes, is broadly right. We can all tell you that, right? We all know that he is right. Melcher is broadly wrong. I'm sorry, Christoph, if you're watching. And so neither author necessarily interrogates what love means in Islamic discourses, how it relates to rationality, and how it might be used in debates about the nature of piety, right? So, so it's worth going into the question of that broader question of how can we interrogate what an emotion might mean for the pious subject, and how can we interrogate what thought and feeling and understanding is in relation to that. So all thinking and feeling in the Quran happen in the heart, right? So one aspect of the Quranic heart is feeling and emotion. So you see that the head, or like the mind, has no valence in the Quran. It's just that, you know, this is what you wipe in your prayer, right? You know, you don't, it doesn't have the wider valence that the heart does. Okay. So I'm not going to go through every single one of these things, but you'll be familiar with these verses that God sends down a peace or a calm on people's hearts, or people feel anger in their hearts. Okay, so that's what we might call an emotional experience. But the heart is also, of course, the locus of perception and the senses. So, you know, as we're all very familiar with Quran 2:6-10, you know, it's a like, oh, sorry about the translations there. I think it was Arbery or somebody. I just typed them in quite quickly. And it's alike to you, whether you warn them or you do not warn them, they do not believe. God has set a seal on their hearts and on their hearing, and on their eyes as a covering, and there awaits them a mighty chastisement. Right, and so they would trick God and the unbelievers, but it's only themselves they deceive, and they are not aware. In their hearts is a sickness, right? So here we have the senses, the perceptions, and also the idea of the heart as being either closed or open to God, to the perception of God. Then we know that it's a locus of understanding, like as in intellect, right? Because of course we have it was he that brought down the Quran down upon your heart by his leave, right? By the leave of God. And they have hearts with which they do not understand, and eyes with which they do not see, right? We're familiar with these verses, I assume. Finally, not even finally, we also have the notion of like a kind of joining together of the community through hearts that come together, right? This is like a sense of emotional connection or an emotional community. And then we have the spiritual, related to all of these is this kind of spiritual perceptual sense. Have they not traveled in the land? So that they should have hearts with which to understand, ears with which to hear. For surely it is not the eyes that are blind, but blind are the hearts which are in the breast, right? So we can see that in the Quran, the arenas that we in the modern period would consider as entirely separate, so things like thinking, feeling, perceiving, sensing, they're united in the heart, right? This is actually the locus of all of those perceptions. So there's a perceptual sense that defies our modern conceptions of what might be emotional or thinking. Indeed, that combines what we might think of as emotion and thinking. And I have a few brief observations on Quranic love, but I won't go into it in any great depth, which is related because this is, as I say, this is one of the things that we would think of as one of the chief feelings that you're supposed to cultivate as a pious subject. There's love for God and from God has a long pre-Quranic history, and the control of love is really key to the pious subjecthood, right? So of course there's that 3:14, I think it is, where you love the things, all the things of the world, but and then there are the verses that say that, but those who believe, love God more, right? So okay, so I would just say that the terms for love are also multivalent. They can also indicate strong approval or affection, and they're sometimes used in the sense of a wish or a desire. And it's important to note that, of course. So I just summarize this by saying that love is not an independent feature of Quranic piety or Quranic theology, but it's a key part of an overall pious habitus, what I call the Islamic affect in my work. So loving properly is an indication of the properly disciplined self in all these other arenas. Okay, body, mind, senses, emotions, right? So now we can see one of the scholarly takes on the heart. We just have this EI2 entry on heart, and where he talks all about the heart as the locus of thinking, right? And he ends by saying, the stress placed on the heart, the organ of consciousness and seat of religious knowledge. This is an EI2 article, so he's talking about kind of a broad survey of Islamic history on the heart. And of the life and the presence of God is in no respects an emotionalization of religious values. You see how for him the important thing is the thinking part and not the feeling part. And I find that really, really interesting in terms of what is, how were the Muslim thinkers themselves, did they actually separate out the thinking and the feeling? Well, Ibn al-Muqaffa in his Kitab Adab al-Saghir talks about the aqil person, the rational person, and he says the traits that revive reason and by which it becomes complete and firm are 7 only. And the first of these is demanding of oneself love of God, of course. And then there's repeated requests, in other words, supplication. There's firmness in choices, habituation to virtue, good conduct, becoming committed to choices and opinions, and putting into practice, all of that into practice in word and deed. Okay, as for love, it causes a man to attain a distinguished station in every matter in this world and the next, when he demands of himself only love of God, obviously, and nothing else can be more wholesome or sweeter to him than that. So he is talking about the necessary characteristics of a rational person, and the necessary characteristics of that rational person include this feeling, right? The feeling include the disciplining of that feeling sense. So he says it is incumbent upon the aqil to treat the person of reason, to treat people as 2 different types or classes, and to don 2 different sets of clothes for them. One class is the generality, for whom one should wear a vestment of restraint, non-indulgence, and self-control in every word and step. The other is the class of the elite, before whom he should take off the vestment of severity and don instead the vestment of intimacy, gentleness, effort, and conversation. And he should not admit into this class except 1 in every 1,000, even as the opinion of every one of them is meritorious, and each is a confidant in love and trustworthy with secrets and loyal in brotherhood. So you see here again, there's this idea of the loving brotherhood of people, but they are the truly rational ones as well, right? They're the ones who are the loving brotherhood and are the truly rational. So I don't know, how much more time do I have? I mean, maybe 5 minutes? 8 minutes? Okay. So we'll see how much I can get into this, but indeed, the EI article is broadly correct, the EI2 article, in that the heart is the seat, the locus of understanding. So if we look at that 2:7 where, God puts a seal on the hearts, Muqatil says, meaning he imprinted on their hearts so they would not understand, right? They don't understand. Tustari is really interesting. He says they follow a clear indication from their Lord by the light of his guidance and finding a tranquility in his life with which he has singled them out in his prior knowledge, right? So it's in by his guidance of their hearts. Sorry, I missed the crucial word because it's quite small font. So it's guidance of their hearts. So how they feel the guidance is in their hearts, right? It's not in your mind, it's in your heart. That's where you accept the guidance and get it, right? And then if we look at Tustari, he's obviously an early Sufi, right? Which I assume most of you know. On love, he would say, God exalted be he, describes the intensity of the disbelievers, right? That this is on a verse that talks about the disbelievers loving their idols but the believers have a stronger love for God. The intensity of their disbelief and the sincerity of their state of disbelief as ignorance and describes the lovingness of believers and the sincerity of their belief in God, exalted by be he as truth. So lovingness is truth, right here, and disbelief is ignorance. Okay, and love is an inclination from God, exalted be he, as an exclusive truth. So if it was said to him, what is the sign of being loved by God? He would say, embracing obedience and showing abject need of him. So it's not that the Sufis like would say that you should lose yourself in love and forget about your duties. Obviously, they are into the duties and the rules as well, right? Tabari says, if someone says to us, how can he seal hearts, since seals are only for vessels, envelopes, wrappings, right? So here's where we get into the majaz. I almost included Zamakhshari, but then he was too late, so I didn't include him, but I'll tell you what he says. Since seals are only for vessels, envelopes, wrappings, it would be said, verily, the hearts of the servants are vessels, since knowledge is deposited in them, and containers, since he puts in them understandings of matters. So the meaning is the seal on them and upon the hearing, through which one understands the audible sounds and through which one arrives at the truth of the addresses. So again, the heart is like a repository then for God's knowledge and God's teachings. And Kushairi, another Sufi, would say that whoever is, this is on 554, which is, if you should apostatize, God will bring a people whom he loves and who love him, right? Whoever is not an apostate in his religion is characterized by God loving him and him loving God. And in that there are great glad tidings for the believers, because he made it incumbent to know that whoever is not an apostate, then God loves him. More precisely, whoever is a believer must be a lover of God, right? So love, for the Sufis, is entailed in belief, right? Okay, and so I'll get to Jishmi now, because I only have about 5 minutes. So this is my only Mu'tazili source in this whole talk. Okay, I'm just warning you right now, it's not actually talk about Mu'tazilis. So now you'll notice here he has a really different approach from the Sufis that I've just mentioned. He has a very he takes a very strong definitional approach. They differ on the meaning of seal. Some say it's a black dot nukta placed by God on the heart of the denier as an indication that to the angels that he will not flourish or prosper. As aflaha, I think. Its meaning is that denial has control of their hearts, so it becomes like a seal on them. And when it is said, why have these organs been singled out for mention, meaning the ears and the heart? We respond, because they are the way to knowledge, ilm, and the heart is the locus of knowledge, mahal al-ilm, and its way is either by hearing or seeing. So again, we have the heart as the locus of knowledge, but for him, not the locus of feeling, right? So there is actually, we were talking in lunch, well, do the Mu'tazilis even believe in love? Well, anyway, we'll see. I mean, there are all kinds of reasons why he might not mention love as a feeling here, including genre, which is another thing that we were discussing at lunch. Like it might be that in a work of tafsīr, he's just really interested in definitions and in the meanings of words and lexical elements. So here's what he says about love in 2165. Loving is used here in the sense of volition. You see, I mentioned before that love can mean volition. It can mean the will, right, in the Quran. But I wouldn't say that it means that in this verse. But anyway, that's me, and I'm different from Jishumi. So what is meant by God's loving of his servants is his desire to praise him and to exalt and honor him and to reward him. And the love of the servant for God is his desire to exalt him, praise him, and serve him, magnify him. And it's also used in the context of lustful desire, shahu. Okay, right, shahwa. Yeah, sorry. So despite his exoteric tendencies, contrary to Melchert, he's fully on board with God-loving people. Well, Melchert said that was only in the earliest period that people didn't believe in God-loving people. But anyway, the communion. So by now, everybody would have been on board with the idea of communion. Yet the nature of love itself seems to be different from in Sufi texts. And I guess this is entirely unsurprising since the Sufis are characterized by love. Yeah, so I don't know if I have anything truly surprising to say here, but I think that the investigation is more on how are these different schools of thought characterized by their approaches to the things like what does understanding in the heart have to do with the emotional perceptual sense? So they serve him and they love him because they know that he is the one who gives graces in principle, and they hope for his mercy out of a certainty that this is what they need, because they know that what he does for them in all of their affairs and states is that which is best for them in the faith, and that which is most gracious for them can never be enumerated. So their love for him must be stronger. So again, it's not really talking about an emotion there. I mean, he's not really talking about an emotional experience, Jushimi. He's talking about, loving God because he can do good stuff for you, right? So it's a very different experience than the Sufis. And here we have, again on 554, God's love of them is, I kept looking for it. I'm telling you, verse after verse, I was looking for it. But anyway, it's a will to honor him, and is what their love of him is their will to thank him and serve him and obey him, thank him for those graces, right? Okay. But then we do have Sufis still, like, just so that you don't forget, just so that you don't think that this is the only way. So if we have Kashani in the intro to his tafsīr, he returns right back to the Quranic idea that we also saw in Ibn al-Muqaffa, which was definitely that the idea of thinking and feeling are not disjointed, that feeling love specifically is a part of thinking properly and rationalizing. He has purified the channels, God has purified the channels of audition in the hearts of his elect, so that the audition may be realized, listening, right? He has refreshed the sources of sensory faculties of comprehension in his friends, the awliya, so that the beholding may be certain. He has made their inmost hearts sensitive to the divine subtleties by the irradiation of rays of love within them. And I'll leave you with that. Thank you very much.
That was right on time.
Great. So I guess I'll sit down now and we can have a Q&A.
Yes, so we now have
questions.
Oh, we have questions time until 2:30. So I recognize a question from Terry, but I'll start with Walid. I'll give you the private. Please go ahead.
No, you have the mic.
Go on.
Okay, so actually, this is for Karen. Karen, it's quite interesting that you should raise the issue of the absence of emotions in the Muʿtazilī tafsīr. I'm putting words into because we don't know unless we look fully into it.
Exactly, we don't know, and please accept all my caveats.
But what's interesting? So in Māturīdī, he's discussing the verses about khawf, right? There's all khawf all over the Quran.
Yeah.
And then he says, okay, so if you're a Muʿtazilī, you are in a mindset that makes it impossible to have fear from God, insofar as you are dealing with someone in a transactional basis. Meaning, why should I fear you if I know you're going to pay me exactly according to a scale and we know the deal? In a sense, khawf is an emotion where there's an unknown element.
Yeah, where you have to recognize the power.
Exactly. Yes, but basically he's saying there's no power differentiation here, but also there's no element of mystery. There's no hope for more. And so basically it's almost a denuding of a relationship. And I really, to this day, I find it fascinating that such a discussion should appear so early.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. Give me the reference. I want it. Yeah.
Just this is my pet peeve.
Yes.
You cannot quote the edition of Professor Saleh and call it Jishumi.
Okay.
Because he has it as Jushami. Okay. So for all practical purposes, you really cannot quote him unless you call it as he is. Now you might want to, in your discussion, you might want to do the linguistically impossible I-oo sound, which Arabic does not tolerate. That's up to you. But if you're going to quote Professor Salimi, you really have to follow him.
Jushami, huh? Well, anyway, as Sulaiman Murad said earlier, in an email discussion, I recall, I don't think that Jishmi was Arab, right? I mean, that name is not an Arab name.
The issue is that like what Arabic can tolerate or not. Right? So like London, when you write it in Arabic, it's not an English London, right? So and you don't in a sense force the Arabic to tolerate things that are not known.
Anyway, we'll continue that one later.
The Arabic manuscript tradition has only Jushami or Jashu, two forms. It does not have G-U.
That's true. Yeah, because it's the standard of the publication. Both is published now in the Encyclopedia of Islam, the second edition and third edition, by Madelon and Professor Murad. So, Suleiman, he mentioned al-Jushami, and Professor Madelon, he mentioned al-Jushami. Okay, so we have to identify.
I think an explanation is needed.
As you mentioned,
well, this is a hypercorrection.
That he's descended from the house of Prophet. I don't know, but it's clear. He mentioned that he has a descendant.
I think an explanation is needed here. The initial identification of Jushami was not done on the basis of Arabic and what Arabic can accommodate. It was done on the basis of misreading the name of the town as reference to a pre-Islamic tribe, Jusha. This is not the case. The town has nothing to do with the tribe of Jusham, and Jushami does not come from that tribe. And we don't have any Arabic geographer who named the place. So we are going by what Arabic allows for pronunciation of things, which doesn't relate to how things were pronounced at the time. And that's why I'm sticking with Jishami, because one, we have to...
It's a modern hypercorrection.
Yeah, fine, I accept that as modern hypercorrection, but that doesn't mean how the person identified themselves. And I think we need to lessen the hegemony of Arabic as a colonial language.
No, that has nothing to do
in this time of day.
No, absolutely. That's not how it is, really. And then, then we end up with a complete renaming of everything in Arabic.
Possibly we might. We are at a unique period when we have to think of our hegemonizing as men, we're hegemonizing as Arabic culture, as Sunnis in the field, right? As elite. All of this has been very, sexuality, all of these things have been hegemonized by a specific group. And probably it might be time now, given the age, to try to reconstruct all of these things, including the rules of language.
Are you
probably it might open up, but this is different.
Liberating the wow? Is that what you're... Okay, so we have further questions. Yes, go ahead, and then I'll return to you.
I'm not an academic or a scholar, but it's been very interesting listening to some of the... I'm not an academic or a scholar, but it's very interesting listening to the topics that we discuss, especially for Karen now. You talked about the love of God being very central to Islam. My understanding is the same concept is in Christianity as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Yes.
Yes. So earlier on there was comparison between Islam and Judaism. So Peter, you did actually sort of have that incorporated in your presentation to highlight, because there's some of the concepts that have been covered are actually very prominent to other religions as well.
Yeah, I think that my aim was more to give a sense of early Islamic history rather than a comparative sense, but everybody else is very welcome to do a comparative study once I've done the study on early Islam, which has not yet been done, to be honest. Yeah.
Okay, because I think the early Christianity had the same concepts as well. Because
that whole idea of the disciplining of the self, this is one that stretches back in late antiquity, obviously. That it's Talal Asad when he's discussed the kind of disciplined passions in the monastic traditions, right? I mean, and how that then gets brought into the Islamic traditions of the disciplined passions is a very interesting thing to think about. But most of the work on late antique Christianity has actually been done on monastic traditions, not on kind of the everyday piety that's expected of all believers, but rather on what's expected within monastic communities and how monasticism encourages a disciplined self, specifically with sexuality and all kinds of things, right, like that. But the idea and notion of a disciplined self for all believers in this kind of as a fundamental part of the pious habitus, you would call it, the kind of the pious disposition that every believer must have, is very fundamental in the Quran, and that might be in relation to those late antique homilies that talk about it. I mean, there are homilies by, say, Jacob of Serug, which talk about the binding of Isaac and talk about how Abraham needed to control his love for his son in order to express more the love for God. Except the difference between that homily, which could be comparable to the Quran, and the Quran is that actually in the Quran there's no emotion mentioned actually when the Quran tells that story. There's no emotion mentioned except like in the address of Abraham to his son is Ya Bunay. I think it's like a diminutive address that indicates his affection for his son, right? So in fact, you do have incidents treated. You have the general rubric of the disciplining of the self present in those late antique Christian homilies, right? As well in, of course, Jewish sources. But the exact parallels to what's precisely going on in the Quran are very difficult to locate. I mean, other than that, you know that there's a general sense that you have to love God, and that love of God is very important, and that then God loves you. And so, yeah, I mean, that's yeah, I have done some research into that too. I didn't mention it as a part of this talk because this is a conference on Muʿtazilism, but you know, yeah, it's there, sure. Yeah.
Thank you. Terry first, and then please.
Sorry for my cough. I've had this cough for like 6 weeks, so don't worry, it's not COVID. At least not anymore.
Comment about the Mu'tazila and emotions.
Yeah.
I would think that one place to look would be the Mu'tazilite discussions on divine attributes, especially anger.
Yeah.
Now, if I remember correctly, the Mu'tazilites are at pains to try to argue that God does not get angry the way that human beings get angry, right? And so they're at odds with their opponents who are defining anger in a particular way that has to do with life, so like a medical definition of the blood boiling, and it's tied up with the idea of intending to exact vengeance, right? And I think what the Mu'tazilites are looking for is a attribute that functions analogously to that, but it's not going to be a real attribute. So I know that al-Ghazali discusses this in Faisal al-Tafriqa when he discusses the attributes, and also Baghdadi in his heresiography also discusses, when he discusses the Mu'tazilite understandings of attributes, talks about this issue of anger. So that would be at least one place to look on to understand, you know, how the Mu'tazilites are dealing with emotion.
Yeah.
But others too, like Walid mentioned, fear. Right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is the thing, is that because there's no overarching concept of emotion as such, that's a modern construct, right? And so then actually what we're talking about are different states. For the medieval, I'm coming to think of what our concept of emotion is for them different states, right? And like not necessarily all within the same rubric. So Ghazali talks about anger as being located in the heart and being something that needs to be controlled. But when he's talking about love, it's not clear where it's located. And like, as far as I've read in that chapter, I didn't get to the end of the chapter though. I was like speed reading last night. Anyway, so it's really interesting then to think that actually for these things that for us are under one category, sure, might be actually their own categories for them. Yeah. And but absolutely point taken about, you know, fear and anger and those, I mean, those are the basic ones that I'm looking into is love, anger, and fear, because those are really, they're very basic and they're very you know, fear and love are, well, fear is ubiquitous in the Quran, as you know, and then but love and anger are also really important, right? So, you know, you don't want to be at the ones that so right, so you know.
Should include good sadness.
Yeah, well then there's that, exactly, la tahzun.
But then the awliya.
What's that?
But then the awliya, la khawfun alayhim.
Exactly,
la
la
hum yahzanun.
khawfun alayhim wa la hum yahzanun. Exactly, so there's no fear for them and they should not be sad. Exactly. So,
You had your hand up?
Yeah.
Okay, Faris, you go first.
You see why I haven't, although I've been thinking about this for years, it hasn't yet been published in a huge form, because you see that once you start, it just, yeah.
Like emotions.
Thank you to all the three speakers for their talks. I just have two small comments, one for Tariq Jaffer. I really liked the conclusion of your paper, and it reminded me of another similar evolution from linguistics to metaphysics, which is the interpretation of Parmenides by Plato,
yes,
by the Neoplatonists. So initially this dialogue was understood as an exercise of logic, and then with the Neoplatonists it became a dialogue showcasing the whole ontological structure. And later on, still in the Neoplatonist tradition, for example, linguistic concepts such as baronomy was understood as ontologically as meaning participation from inferior realities to superior realities. I don't know if this helps your point, but my second comment was to Karen, and I think most of my comments you addressed in your last. It was you just said at the end that emotions are a category, a modern category, and they don't necessarily apply. And because I mean, you start by saying that scholars have understood love either as thinking or as feeling. And then I wonder if by you still using this framework, by framing the question this way, you're not still limiting what you might find in your
that's
inquiry.
Exactly that. Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you.
Yeah, no, I mean, also I'm interested in this research that you're doing, because I think there's an intellectualist trope in the Islamic tradition, and which you see in the general Islamic stance on evil, for instance, where evil is not something you want, it's something you do because your intellect is not purified. So because you think that bad is good, that's why you commit bad, but you don't commit evil just because you love evil or because you're attracted to evil. This doesn't exist or very marginally in Islamic thought. So.
Well, see, that's such a great comment. Yeah, I mean, well, this is exactly the point that I was trying to make by like highlighting the approaches of, and I don't mean to be, I guess that this is being recorded, and I don't know if it's public, but I don't mean to be unkind, especially to Professor Melcher, who has really, been nothing but kind to me. But all I mean to say is that they're not actually even looking into emotion, right, in itself, or love in itself. but it stands for something else for them, right? For them, it stands for a whole set of things and the point is that we, exactly as you're saying, is that we actually should look at what it stands for in the sources and see what arises from that, rather than kind of looking at it from these perspectives that might limit what we might find in it, what precisely as you're saying. Yeah, I do completely agree. And I really like the point about the intellectualist trope. And that's what I was wondering about with reading Ghazali, like how the heart is all about the thinking for him, right? But in the Quran, it's really not like that. And then I was wondering, well, is he playing himself off of other traditions here? And is that why he's limiting what goes on in the heart? Or is it not limited? That's just where he wrote about it in this way. I mean, yeah, so these are all things still actually to be discovered entirely. But yeah, thank you for that.
Sorry, Farisa, just to follow up on that, because there was also a question for Tarek.
Yeah.
And did you notice the Neoplatonist, above is reality and below is a metaphor for that reality in these texts? I think that's what Boris is bringing up, particularly the Neoplatonist tradition on the Parmenides.
Right. So I understood that I understood Boris, correct? That you were making an analogy and saying that this was kind of like what you find in the commentaries on the Parmenides. There's not, and I can see that analogy. Of course, in the Kalām tradition here that I'm looking at, they're not under the influence of Neoplatonism, but I think it seems to be kind of a very similar issue that they're grappling with. Although when I read the sources, I don't know to what degree they are actually aware of this issue, or whether the question itself is something that I have imposed upon them, and maybe the texts just don't have anything to say about them.
Now, Farisa, sorry, thank you for your patience. And
Dr.
someone
Palmer,
else has a question.
It's just for my understanding, I'm still a student, so I'm kind of seeking knowledge. So, as part of that effort, what I've learned is you're talking about loveliness being synonymous to knowing the truth, I guess those things said, and you're talking about disbelief being ignorance. So then that creates a possibility that when the ignorance is gone, then the disbeliever is no more, when he understands the truth, then there is the possibility of, having that love, right? But there was another place, I don't remember where you said that the heart, God puts a mark, a seal on the heart, which means then when you compare this with what is being said there, it kind of limits the possibility of a disbeliever moving from disbelief to knowing the truth. So I'm just trying to understand that in context.
So we're getting into the basic heart of, if we can, of Quranic theology. And you know that there is a huge tradition of the question of free will and God's and non-free will in Islamic thought. And actually, there are people in this room who know that tradition so much better than I do that I'm not even going to speak about it. They can speak about it to you afterwards. But what I will say about the Quran is that these verses on God doing those things, he actually, there are other verses that say that he only does this to people who have disbelieved, right? So it's actually, there is a presumption, in my reading of the Quran, there's a presumption of free choice, because otherwise God wouldn't be able to pay you your recompense for what you've earned at the end of the day. And that's a very, yeah. So I'm taking a stance on the entire debate, and that's my stance. Just based on either that, or you can take the stance that the Quran is very contradictory in those moments, that it's just contradicting itself constantly, which some people do say that's what's going on. But my stance would be that actually that it presumes free will, and that God It's like eases the way into whichever path you've chosen, basically. That's like from some of the verses say that if you choose the path of guidance, he facilitates that. And if you choose the other path, he facilitates that too. It's like if you choose the path of the worldly things, then he would just, there are lots of worldly things to chase after. So, that's easing the path into that direction. So I hope that that's an adequate answer to your question. I actually had a question. Oh, no, go ahead.
Sorry, so this is for Dr. Saleh. So now, isn't it strange that Qurayshis, is it Qurayshis? Quraythi, so late a figure to formalize the whole ʿiṣma theory. Do you have an explanation why is it late in appearing in such a systematic way, or what do you think was happening? Why was it so late in appearing, or do you have an explanation of what's going on?
Qaraite is a town in closer to Musa.
Right. No, I mean, when did he live?
He lives. He more or less we didn't know neither his name. He's only know his nickname is Abu Tahar, and Rifdi is very well known as Rifdi Abu Tahar al-Qaraite or Tartifi, because if it is we call the district is the village is Tartif, or it is the province or district will be Qaraite. He more or less we know that is we guess that is contemporary with the Qadi Abdul Jabbar. It's only funniest and matter of what we discussed this is because it was the emerge, that is the title of to be the often the Mu'tazila without being titled Ibn al-Din or Imam al-Din. Abdul Jabbar is became Imam. So maybe he was in the Buwaydis, but we don't know about his life. Never, also he was mentioned in the historiography or bibliography of Mu'tazila. It looks like he's a brilliant postgraduate has done a good thesis that he done.
Or got a real job.
That is, we don't know even his book is just was being kept for a long period. Then recently was being influenced by many, even Ibadi, even Zaydis. They have actually quoted more of his opinions. But what you mentioned, it's very interesting. This is emerged more or less in the 10th century. 10th century is you could find the discussion about the Bidalail in the Buwa and about the Qadi Abdul Jabbar, or its Ithbat in the Buwat, Abu Hatim, Sijistani. Is the discussion about the prophethood was a huge discussion in 10th century. And this was either between the philosophers, who some of them these famous philosophers who who denied about the prophethood, or something is like about the Zanadiqa, and then is all the Muslims and Christian and Jew, they found themselves they have facing three elements, that is they have to define themselves about the prophethood and also about the books. This is sacred books, so they have, and then they found that is also they have this argument has to be rational if they would like to respond, rather than to be from the text. So mostly we found that is this is simply no before we have not. I have only brief I found in Jaha, but I didn't see in any other books. Only in the late 9th century, it's that is to be emerged, but more take place within 10th centuries, you find a huge literature. It's expanded beside the divinity world, which has been talking about the God itself. But so it's become the prophethood as a discussion in their belief or in their act or in their behave.
I have a question about that, if I'm allowed. It's I always wondered how those people. I mean, first of all, I think Shahab Ahmed has written quite a bit on this question of ʿiṣma. He has this book, Before Orthodoxy, I think is that what it's called. And
Before Orthodoxy,
yeah.
Shahab Ahmed, Before Orthodoxy.
Before Orthodoxy,
about
right?
the ayat al-Gharaniq.
Yeah, it's about the exactly ayat al-Gharaniq, and you know the you know this, and he talks about the question of ʿiṣma there, and he talks about ʿiṣma with he has an article as well on Ibn Taymiyyah in that question, and his thesis is indeed that there's a point where it becomes orthodoxy that prophets have ʿiṣma, but before that that was not the orthodoxy, that it was that they accepted that prophets did. So my question though is, how do they deal with those verses in the Quran, like Moses saying, Zalamtu nafsi, you know, I like he killed the man and then he admits that he did wrong. I mean, it's a trope. It's like they do that. There's not, or Abraham, where he worships the sun, he worships the moon, he worships the star. You know, it's you know, and then he realizes, and then he gets it, and he says, oh no, now I worship the one who created all of that, right? How do they deal with that actual self-reflection and kind of moment of repentance on the part of the prophets themselves?
So what we mentioned about this is about the prophet sinners. This is a part only about their belief.
Right.
What we mentioned, but about their belief, about their mission, about their fatwas or rulings. And now it's two parts. If you, how do you accept either the prophet is there under obligation or without obligation? This is the question, because if they are under obligation, then they have to work. If they are not in obligation, then it's because this is, I mentioned the first ayah, the first verse was a huge discussion among all the Islamic groups. إن الذين سبقت لهم منا الحسنى أولئك عنها مبعدون. So they have already been passed from their exam in this life. So that is that no need to be discussed. The second point is about because it was how to do. It's one of the major discussion also how to because it's the already for example Karamiya, as I mentioned, they believe because that is even the prophet can kill.
Yeah.
This is, I mean, discussion. I mean, it's the in Islamic groups, they have the similar like other groups in Christianity or Judaism. They believe in some certain, so they have common in between them. But it's if, for example, Qaraite goes much farther. It's not just in maybe he preserved the early Mu'tazila opinions, which is not being found, because in my view, since Bahshami Abu Hashim al-Jubbai, he tried to make a reconciliation with the general community, with the Sunnis, or except some of the hadith to make like a similar conciliation in general. But if you find the earlier, for example, he denied about Ibrahim, he would like to sacrifice about his son, either Isaac or Ismaili, because he said, this is completely wrong story. How could he can kill a child without any son or without what he's doing? If he's dead, He's like without reason, without mind. And I am sure if somebody is now in Muslim world will speak like this, they will say he's against the text of the Quran. But this is mentioned, and he has his opinion. But I never seen any, for example, interpretation that is denied about the Ibrahim stories, about his son. And it's mentioned, so it's the kind of, what you mentioned about Shihab Ahmed or others, it's not about the sinner, the prophet. I am asked about the concept itself, how it's emerged to be precise.
Yeah.
So that is, even Al-Fazari in his time, he didn't mention the concept itself. I mean, the 8th centuries was not being found. So it must be, it's quite late. It's not as the people, they actually, theologian, Banis or Madalon, they mentioned that it's been found in 8th century. That is, yes, maybe they discuss about the sinner, about the imams or the prophets, but is, I mentioned about the concept is maybe emerged only in the 9th century. That is because it's become more precise. So, and all this can be followed to be a part of theological discussion.
Good. Thank you. We're going to wrap it up now, and we're going to continue at, is it 3 o'clock?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, thank you all.
So welcome to the third and last panel today, open discussion which will follow this. And our first speaker on this panel is Professor Hussein Abdul Sattar from the University of Notre Dame. He's talking on Muʿtazilī theology, Qur'anic exegesis, and historiographical polemics.
It's your turn, Abdul Sattar.
Okay, thank you so much. I'd like to thank the Institute of Ismaili Studies for organizing this conference. I also want to thank Nasheen for the great effort she put in communicating with us. And I'd like to also thank Walid so much for accommodating my special case because I couldn't travel and be with you in person. I'll start with this quotation from Qadi Abdul Jabbar al-Mughni. It's volume 11, page 276. Can you see the text?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Okay. So I provided the English translation, and I'll read the Arabic aloud first. لو لم يحسن تكليف من يعلم تعالى أنه يوافي بالكفر لوجب القطع على أن كل مكلف يوافي آخرا بالإيمان. ولو كان كذلك لوجب كونه مغرم بالمعاصي لعلمه أنه وإن بلغ فيها الأمانية فلا بد أن يبقى حتى يؤمن وإلا لم يكن ليكلف أصلا وهذا يدعو إلى المعاصي ويغري بها. We'll come back to that later in the presentation, but I want us to keep this in mind. The chapter under which this passage is recorded is a chapter titled Bab في حسن تكليف من يعلم الله أنه يكفر, on that the goodness of bringing under moral obligation he who God knows will end up an unbeliever. So that's one of three quotations we will discuss in this presentation. To start off, I will be dealing with some Quranic material related to the fitna and the competing theo-exegetical discourses articulated by three justicists, Abdul Jabbar, al-Murtada, and Ibn Abi al-Hadid. I will be discussing how these three theologians handled Quranic references whose message could obstruct their assimilation into a theological discourse. So, in as much as those passages are Quranic references, we are dealing with tafsīr, but the tools that they are dealing, that they are using to deal with tafsīr are theological tools, and the whole discussion is a historiographical polemic. Let me say a couple things first. On the term justicists. It's a term that I use to translate أهل العدل or al-adliya, or less often al-udul. These Arabic terms, as we know, are used by people who share certain assumptions, mostly around Mu'tazilism, but they need not be Mu'tazilis. We can see as Sharif al-Murtada here. And in Arabic, they actually use those terms in reference to each other, even as they disagree on other things. So they refer to each other as al-adliya or ahl al-adl or al-udul. So I thought that justices will just save us having to say Mu'tazilis and exclude others, or having to say so many things to make sure that we included everyone. The other point I want to mention has to do with an earlier discussion in the previous panel about emotions and Mu'tazilism. The second and the third, Al-Murtada and Ibn al-Hadid, in addition to being renowned theologians, were also distinguished poets, and they have relatively sizable diwans of poetry, of which good portions are about emotions. And of those good portions, we have quite a few poems that deal with emotions towards God and on the emotional experience with the divine. So I think that also ties in with what we were discussing earlier in the previous panel. So the field of theological inquiry we are looking at is belief, iman. I usually avoid faith because I think faith has a lot of baggage. It has to do with being something that is not necessarily based on reason. The people with which we are engaging here don't share that assumption. So I say belief. As subject, belief was defined as a matter of knowledge or conviction, a matter of declaration or profession, or deeds, rituals. So it's either qawl or amal, or qawlun wa amal, or bil qalb wal lisan. The Arabic is well known to each of us here. Belief as object has to do with how we recognize belief in an individual. If our view is that belief is a matter of conviction and grasping the right concepts, then recognizing it has to do with us verifying the person's understanding of belief, those concepts. If we tend to think that belief is, or iman in that sense, is a matter of qawl, declaration or profession, then the way to recognize it is to seek legal attestation, shahada, and people basically notify, affirming it. If we think about deeds and rituals, then definitely we need to look into the moral standing of the person to make sure that a person can be described as a believer. So these are the epistemic challenges, in the sense that for us to recognize belief in a person, we have different routes that depend on our understanding of what belief is. For theology, belief functions as a marker of divine favor or wrath. Sometimes we see the terms rida Allah wa sakhat Allah. Sometimes we see wilayat Allah wa adawat Allah, which is more like friendship and enmity. I'm using those terms broadly, interchangeably at this point. We either fall on the right side or the wrong side, so to speak. Theologically, the challenge comes as we start thinking about the change of status or state of an individual. If a person moves from being a believer to being an unbeliever, or vice versa, does this cause a parallel change in God's attitude towards the person? Does God move from being pleased with the person to being displeased with this person, and vice versa? The theology around this particular discussion has to do with our understanding of divine attributes and their immutability. If we tend to think about, of course, divine favor and wrath and pleasure and displeasure are all subsets of one big field, which is al-irada, basically. If we tend to think of al-irada as an essential attribute of God, then we will have to be thinking about whether this change in a person's state of belief will induce a change in God's essence. If we tend to think about divine irada as an active attribute of God, then the change in a person's state of belief will induce a new act by God, but not a change in divine essence. So one of the fault lines, so to speak, dividing theological schools when it comes to this will definitely fall on whether they happen to believe in irada as an essential or an active attribute of God. The other discussion here has to do with the ethical theory of any given theological school. The question really has to do first with whether we hold God and man to be bound by the same moral code. Basically, are we talking about objectivist ethics or subjectivist ethics? Second, whether we can separate the approval of an act from the approval of agents, meaning can one be pleased with another agent's act but still be displeased with that agent's character as a whole or not? Now, this particular distinction was raised by Abu Ali al-Jubba'i, whose answer is in the negative, whereas his son answers in the positive and says that God can still be pleased with an act of a fasiq if that act is an act of obedience, while still be displeased with this fasiq's character. So we are looking here at a number of variables that have to do with moving between belief and unbelief, and these are rooted in our theory of attributes on the one hand, and also in our theory of ethical values on the other. Now we move to the discussion of the Quran itself as an entry point to our discussion of tafsīr. Tarif Khalidi famously used the term eternal present when he discusses the way the Quran takes on history. He says time is less a chronology than a continuum, and Abraham, Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad are all described in a grammatical tense, which one is tempted to call the eternal present. The whole of history is present at once to God. Within this design, events are arranged in clusters repetitive in form. A tale is closer in function and meaning to a case in point, or even a parable, than it is to a story or narrative. So effectively here, the view that Khalidi is articulating is that the Quran, even when it seems to be dealing with a historical incident, tends to be using the tense of an eternal, what he calls eternal present, because we are talking about the human condition regardless of time and place. And the verdicts that the Quran is rendering become effectively impersonal. We can read a story about a group, but it can, as Khalidi sees it, it is more a statement about how humans fare in history as humans, not as specific groups or as specific individuals. As you are well aware, many Islamists nowadays tend to browse the Quran seeking what they call laws of history and the like. Surah 17, verses 16, 17 is a case in point here, where the Quran actually goes to use what seems to be a very generic statement of how humans fare in history. وَإِذَا أَرَدْنَا أَن نُهْلِكَ قَرْيَةً أَمَرْنَا مُتْرَ فِيهَا فَفَسَقُوا فِيهَا فَحَقَّ عَلَيْهَا الْقَوْلُ فَدَمَّرْنَاهَا تَدْمِيرًا وَكَمْ أَهْلَكْنَا مِنَ الْقُرُونِ مِنْ بَعْدِ نُوحٍ وَكَفَى بِرَبِّكَ بِذُنُوبِ عِبَادِهِ خَبِيرًا بَصِيرًا. Noah is here presented as an anchor in history, but the statement itself seems to make the broader claim that this is how all human societies fare. So this is, if you want, the universalist reading of the Quran. On the other hand, we have, I don't mean to suggest that it's on the contrary. I just mean to say it's like a different view, which is that God spoke his word in history, as Walid Saleh puts it, which means that to the exegete, that history was in the word of God. So now we move from a view of the Quran as a universalizing text to the view of the Quran as a text that can be actually pretty much in history, even as it is taken to be the word of God. This leads us to capture the tension between the universal and the particular. There are passages in the Quran that speak to the humans, to humankind as a general experience, but there are passages also that seem to be talking about specific groups and individuals and describe them in a way that makes it difficult to make the claim that this very description can hold true when applied to other groups. That's why tafsīr is an exemplary two-way passage between theology and history. We can move from a theological claim to history by looking at verses that seem to be talking about those specific groups and individuals, but then we can move back from history to theology when we look at verses and passages that are universalizing and that seek to describe the human condition as such. For the purposes of our presentation and in respecting the limits of time, I chose a few verses that can illustrate the point. Quran, Surah 9, At-Tawbah, verse 100, وَالسَّابِقُونَ الْأَوَّلُونَ مِنَ الْمُهَاجِرِينَ وَالْأَنصَارِ وَالَّذِينَ اتَّبَعُوهُم بِإِحْسَانٍ رضي الله عنهم ورضوا عنه وأعد لهم جنات تجري تحتها الأنهار خالدين فيها أبدا ذلك الفوز العظيم. This specific verse is addressing the situation of a group of people, Muhammad's earliest supporters from Mecca and then his earliest supporters from Medina. And وَالَّذِينَ اتَّبَعُوهُم بِإِحْسَانٍ, that's a more problematic one because this is where the particulars of history start becoming less solid than the first two groups. But for our purpose, and as much as it relates to belief, the verse seems to be establishing and determining that those people are believers because God is pleased with them. The problem is, does it mean that we are fixing history at a point after which developments are irrelevant, given that the Quranic verse seems to pronounce a final verdict on the belief status of these people and consequently on their otherworldly fate? That's the theological challenge. If you look at the underlined phrase from the translation by Arbery, it's interesting that he opted to use the future tense for God and the present tense for people. The Quranic verse doesn't have this, and Arabic doesn't have the same tense structure like English, obviously. But Arbery's choice says much about the theological implications and understanding of this verse. He rendered God's side, so to speak, of the equation in the eternal tense, so to speak. It's an otherworldly expression, whereas he left that related to the specific individuals in the present. By the way, other translators of the Quran don't use this. They stick to a present tense in both. Now we come to the specific tradition of tafsir in which we're interested today, the justicists. By that I mean Mu'tazilis, Imamis, Zaydis. Those people share a number of theological assumptions. They all agree that the Quran is temporal, both meaning and syntax, lafzan wa ma'na. They agree all that irada, under which rida and sakhat belong, is an active attribute, not an essential one. And they all hold al-tahsin wa al-taqbih al-aqliyayn, meaning objectivist ethics. Sayyid al-Murtada and al-Shafi, arguing with Abdul Jabbar's explanation or interpretation of one Quranic verse, says two things that pull in different directions. The first one, he denounces or rejects the view that people can decide to interpret the Quran as they wish without looking into the details of the history of revelation, the asbab al-nuzul, so to speak, although he doesn't use that term. This first passage he's using to object to Abdul Jabbar's attempt to read a Quranic verse to mean that whatever the caliphs did after Muhammad's time was praiseworthy. He says there's a history to that and you cannot move after the Prophet's death given that the verse was revealed to describe events that took place in his lifetime. And this particular first passage actually echoes what Dr. Kulinich quoted from Abu Hassan al-Ash'ari earlier today about denouncing at-tafsīr bil-ra'y. A few pages down, al-Murtada actually uses almost the opposite view. And instead of historicizing, he goes a different direction. He says that, why should we defer to the Mufassirun? Basically, he's saying that basically these Mufassirun, I mean, don't do as good a job as theologians from the justicist camp when they have to read the exact meanings of the text. This other quotation actually echoes Walid's earlier remark about the Mu'tazila seeing themselves as good mufassirun because they were good philologists, right? So he says, well, we can read this better than others. Now we go back to Abdul Jabbar's earlier quotation. The first piece of that quotation from Abdul Jabbar is looking at a technical theological concept, which is al-muwafat. Basically, he's saying that he doesn't agree with that, but the muwafat concept is the following. Whatever people are doing in their lifetime is irrelevant to their state as believers, because effectively what matters is the state in which they die. If the person has been a believer all of his lifetime and dies an unbeliever, then he really was not a believer throughout his life. And if a person was an unbeliever throughout his lifetime and dies as a believer, then that's what matters. I would not get into the details of different takes on muwafat, but for our purposes, what we need to keep in mind is that this specific concept is powerful because the behavior of the companions of the Prophet following his death will be a matter of disagreement among different schools of Islamic theology. And if you happen to hold to the view of muwafat, meaning what matters is the state in which you end up, then their history as companions will no longer count as heavily. The other concept is ighra, which is the opposite of lutf. Lutf for the Mu'tazila, as we all know, is the belief that God provides every possible means for people to do the right thing as long as their free will is protected. And for the Mu'tazila, this is something that God is either required to do or that God does out of generosity but does without fail. Ighra is the opposite. Ighra is effectively providing the means for people to do the wrong thing, and even without coercing them. And for the Mu'tazilis, this is vile, and God cannot possibly do it. So for muwafat, we'll end up looking at a situation where a person lives his life without knowing his actual state as a believer, because this cannot be known before one dies. And ighra means that if a person knows that he will die on a specific day and date and time, then he is pretty much tempted to enjoy life, so to speak, as long as he can get away with repenting in the last moment. How this affects the views of early Muslims. We know that in general, justicists did not have a blanket amnesty in the reading of early Islam. Whether they look at them negatively or positively, they were still very critical about many of the early members of the early generation of Muslims. So we come to a verse, let me stick to the one during the Prophet's lifetime. لقد رضي الله عن المؤمنين إذ يبايعونك تحت الشجرة فعلم ما في قلوبهم فأنزل السكينة عليهم وأثابهم فتحا قريبا. The issue here is, if God was well pleased with them, this verse supposedly was revealed in year 6. Then does it mean that they have a blank check to live the rest of their lives? This verse was revealed in year 6. Many of them were party to the fitna. And if this verse is taken to mean that they were believers, then effectively, and they were the object of God's pleasure, then effectively whatever happened afterward based on muwafat will mean that they ended up believers. And second, they are subject to ighra. They know that they will end up in paradise, so they can do whatever they want afterward. This is why we see that al-Murtada in his tafsīr of this ayah insists that we cannot tell who among those who paid allegiance to the Prophet in the year 6 was actually a believer. So what he's doing is effectively saying, I have to surrender the historical record and accept that such an event happened. But based on my view of muwafat, I extrapolate backward and think that since they died in a state of disobedience to the rightful Imam, they must have not been believers in the first place. This is why I exclude them from the verse. And God was not pleased with them because they were not believers. And God was only pleased with the believers as per the verse. Ibn Abil Hadid, on the other hand, dealing with the very same situation that has to do with the fitna, gets to the very opposite conclusion. He's talking about the third caliph. He says that, well, he did things that many Muslims found abhorrent, but because he was a person among the people of the Bay'at al-Ridwan, of whom God said that he was well pleased, then we have to assume that whatever he did must have been forgivable. But we cannot deny the historical record, meaning that he did those things. So his final verdict, Ibn Abil Hadid, we judge the things he did as minor and forgivable. For us to reconcile these considerations, meaning theological considerations issuing from the Quranic verse, with the historical records of the said events. Where does this leave us? There are two theological consequences. This is the last slide, by the way. These are two theological consequences mainly of this take on Quranic tafsir. The first is epistemic. We see that someone like Abdul Jabbar is insisting that if you go with the reading that following muwafat, that these people must not have been believers in the first place, then you are shaking the very root of belief. Because those people, and this takes us back to the discussion from Abdul Rahman and Tariq, because those people were present with the Prophet and they got to see the mu'jizāt for themselves. He uses the term a'lam, actually, not mu'jizāt. So those people got to see the a'lam for themselves. If you insist they ended up as unbelievers, and even worse, they were not believers in the first place, then this reading will eventually lead us to undermine the whole argument about what makes a prophet a true prophet. Because even those who were close to him and who saw the a'lam, eventually, by virtue of what they did after his death, ended up unbelievers, which means that belief was not something that they could sustain on their own once the Prophet was away. And keep in mind, for the Mu'tazila, belief is a form of ilm, and the ilm is defined for them as sukun al-nafs, restfulness of soul. So these people did not have sukun al-nafs, otherwise they wouldn't have ended up where they ended up. So that's one of the epistemic challenges, because effectively the epistemology of belief is shaken if you read it in light of the historical developments following Muhammad. The other historiographical consequence of taking a view of belief as being defined in retrospect based on the moment of death is what to do about the reports of post-prophetic developments. Do we judge them based on Quranic pronouncements? If we find historical records that are from a historiographical perspective, they are considered solid, but they conflict with what Quranic theological pronouncements seem to be saying, do we end up having to reject these solid historiographical reports or not? This subjects the evidentiary weight of early sources to scrutiny. I will stop here because this is a much longer discussion, but the conclusion is that reading the Quran as a historical record with theological consequences will lead to, would raise very troubling questions about the epistemic nature of belief on the one hand and the evidentiary weight of early sources on the other. Thank you so much.
Should I welcome our next speaker, the convener and OS, Professor Walid Saleh from the University of Toronto, who's going to talk about the Muʿtazilite material in al-Māturīdī's Qur'an Commentary, the first assessment.
Thank you. So everyone has been thanking me. I really want to say that it's your generosity to come here that makes this possible. So thank you, every one of you. And I'm actually in awe of all these presentations today. I've learned a lot, and I was thinking in my mind, it's my bad luck that I'm talking after two young and upcoming scholars, so brilliant presentations. So thank you, my co-panelists. And I also want to emphasize again how much lucky we are to have the Institute of Ismaili Study host us. It's really not easy to do international conferences and what goes into them. So thank you so much, Machine. And I've come to gain a friend in her, and her constant friendship has made this all possible. Now, so let me start my talk today. Actually, let me say that really what prompted this conference was the appearance of two tafsīr works, massive tafsīr works. One of them edited by Dr. Saleh, who is here today, the 10-volume edition of al-Jushri's the Hadith for Tafsir Quran, and the other one was the concomitant appearance of two editions of al-Māturīdī's Ta'wilat al-Quran. And that prompted me. I said, okay, what field has this new material coming out and doesn't pose and ask questions? What's the implication of having these two massive things? So today I'm still working on Māturīdī's work, and I haven't had time really to look in depth into al-Jushri's work. So the editing of new important early works doesn't usually translate into a reassessment of the grand narrative of any discipline, but it should. Now, various factors hinder the reception of new works. The entrenchment of the grand narrative. I mean, each one of us works in an established field, and you try to change the narrative, and you see how difficult it is. The difficulty in assessing a new work. I mean, these are massive works, and how do you deal with them? And you start working little by little, and then you want to make sure that you're saying right what you're saying about it. And in the case of the Ta'wilat al-Quran, the sheer volume of the work. Now, this is the Beirut edition is 10 massive volumes. The Turkish edition is 18, 17 plus an index. Now, al-Māturīdī's Qur'an Commentary has been known for a while now in scholarship, actually since 1965, so it's almost 55 years, when Manfred Gotz published an article on introducing the work. He called it Māturīdī and his Qur'an Commentary, Ta'wilat al-Quran. It's mostly, the article was mostly an introduction into some theological element. Keep in mind, in a sense, Māturīdī was approached always as a theologian. Now, there was a failed attempt at publishing the work in Egypt in the 70s, and only one volume came out. So for the longest time, we only have one volume to go by. Well, suddenly, last 10 years, two major editions came out. Actually, three. Unfortunately, one of them is printed in such small script that I can't use it. One from Beirut in 10 volumes, the other one, but no indices, the other one from Turkey in 19 volumes. And now each volume has an index, and there's a cumulative index. Now, I would have hoped that the indices are really exhaustive, but there seems to be indication that they're not exhaustive. So, for example, I was reading one of the volumes, I think volume 10, and I see the name Jubai, and I don't think it's in the index. So, as far as it goes, it's a good index, but it seems to be exhaustive. Now, in the case of the Turkish edition, it actually heralds the coming back of Turkey into Islamic studies. So in a sense, not only do we have an edition from Turkey, but actually I think this is an indication of Turkey rejoining the Islamic world of scholarship with their newly founded ilahiyat departments all over, and in a sense, it really is a significant moment in Islamic international scholarship. Now, the problem thus is we are not, so the problem so far to me is that how come we're not celebrating Māturīdī the way we celebrated Tabari in 1905? I mean, in 1905, the publication of Tabari was an international event, really. I think, Māturīdī deserves that. Now, there are some quick observations that we can make about Ta'wilat al-Qur'an, about the work. Ta'wilat al-Qur'an is as old as Tabari's Jami' al-Bayan. So that's quite significant, right? They're contemporaneous, few years between each of them. It's as massive, if not more. I mean, my claim is that it's more massive. Why? Because it doesn't have isnads and does not have an obsession with naming authorities. I mean, it does name authority, but he has moved to Ahl al-Ta'wil or Ahl al-Ma'ani. So he basically sums up what Mufassirun says without naming them usually. Now, these are easy to detect features. I mean, you just need to look at them and you can spot them. There are other features that require closer reading and what I call comparative reading, right? Or macro reading. Both Ta'wilat al-Qur'an and Jami' al-Bayan share a large pool of Sunni interpretive tradition. It's clear that they are all, in a sense, there seems to be a collective storehouse of interpretation that they both have access to. Now, keep in mind, Tabari is in Baghdad, and Māturīdī is at the fringes of the Islamic world, somewhere in beyond Khorasan. Now, however, unlike Jami' al-Bayan, Ta'wilat al-Qur'an came from the edge of the Islamic world. Yet somehow, both have an access to this Sunni material with ease, I would say. And it's remarkable how they show that pool. Now, this common pool is, however, not determinative of the method of each, meaning that they have this common pool does not mean that they have the same method hermeneutically. It doesn't really translate into that way. There is actually markedly different methodological approaches in both. A reading side by side revealed the diversity of Sunni hermeneutical approach. And that's a point that really I've been harping on for a while, in a sense. For the last 120, 115 years, we'd have Tabari, and we have, in a sense, made him as the reference point, the focal point of what we consider Sunni hermeneutic is, but also we've considered him to be, the depository of everything that was there. In a sense, we also consider it somehow exhausted. It isn't, right? Jami' al-Bayan was not the only work in Sunni hermeneutics. It's actually, in a sense, has to be seen as one element in a major fights internally to Sunnism. Now, nothing comes close to the difference when it comes into recognized authorities. Meaning, you have a Tabari who is keenly using naming of authorities and the isnad as a marker of establishing a certain lineage of orthodoxy, but also a certain way of excluding other Sunni voices. But it's also a rather limited list of names, right? And if you come to, there's few names that dominate, and none of them belong to the non-Sunni tradition, meaning there's nobody in Tabari that is, in a sense, not part of what was proto-Sunnism and then what was Sunnism would accept, really. Ta'wilat al-Qur'an is radically different here. The main intellectual counterpart is Muʿtazilī tradition. And this is really, you can see how radical that is. In a sense, Māturīdī is sitting face to face with the Muʿtazilī tradition and in discourse with it. He's keenly aware of what they are saying about every verse of the Quran, but also keenly aware of at what moment Did they use the verse, and at what moment a verse can be used against them? Now, this is a totally different mode, right? This is not Tabari. Now, the implication of this material in Ta'wilat Quran is far reaching, and is such that our understanding of what we call Sunni exegesis has to be modified. We can no more take Tabari as the model of what we think to be traditional Sunni exegesis. Sunnism was engaged hermeneutically with various factions, but also with Mu'tazilism. Now, let me raise two points about the Mu'tazili material in Ta'wilat al-Quran. The first point is what I call the archival aspect. This is one of the richest sources of early Mu'tazilite material that we have. And if I'm wrong, please correct me. In a sense, this is like 330, right? And he is quoting, I'll name authorities from who died in 200 Hijri. Assam, he's quoting Assam mainly, so you can see he's going back almost to the time of Muqatil ibn Sulaiman when it comes to Mu'tazilism, and to the earliest major Mu'tazili tafsīr. The second point about this material is hermeneutical, in a sense that the Mu'tazilite material transforms how we understand Sunni hermeneutics. I don't want to talk about the second point. I really want to emphasize what the archival aspect of this source. It's to the first point that I'd like to turn for the remainder of this talk. Now, when I first started working on Ta'wilat al-Quran, the most significant aspect of this archival nature were the citations from the named Mu'tazilite authors that I encountered there. So very soon, you start reading it, and then there's two names that pops up, one more than the other, but he's clearly aware of them. The first one is Abu Bakr al-Assam al-Kaysani, who died in year 200 or 816. He does refer to him rather extensively. Clearly, he has access to that Qur'an commentary. Now, al-Assam, and I refer to him al-Assam or al-Kaysani, wrote a massive Qur'an commentary. Now, this is a lost commentary, but it's also one of the earliest Mu'tazilite commentaries that I'm aware of, or that there's reference to. Now, he was one of the leading Mu'tazilite theologians. He's not a minor figure. He's quite known. Now, his tafsīr was known among Sunni authors. So, al-Thalabi refers to that tafsīr, although he doesn't use it. And there are citations somehow in al-Razi, but not extensively. Now, it's not clear to me how much of al-Assam's work was quoted in al-Razi or al-Jushami. I'm just starting, but my understanding is not much. So al-Razi was more interested in Abu Muslim al-Isfahani, right? And I don't think he mentions Abu Bakr al-Assam. Now, does al-Jushami quote al-Assam?
No.
Does he? He does? Okay. So now my first impression is that the material there is not as extensive as we have in Ta'wilat al-Quran. Now the second authority cited in Ta'wilat al-Quran is somebody you already mentioned, Ja'far bin Harb. Now he's also an early author, died 236 or 850. Now he was a Baghdadi Mu'tazilite scholar. We do not know that he wrote a tafsīr. We do know that he wrote a mutashabih al-Quran. And now the quotations from Ja'far bin Harb are far less than Assam. Now, if you go by the indices of the Turkish edition, you would think these are the only two named authorities, but if you read the text, you would find out that there are, so Jubai is mentioned. So he does mention al-Jubai. I'm not sure, because it's not named in the indices, I'm not sure how extensively that is, right? Now, this is, however, not the sum total of the Mu'tazilite material in Ta'wilat al-Quran. There's far more material. Now, that material is not named to authorities. So in a sense, there's at least 3 types of Mu'tazili material. One from al-Assam, Ja'far ibn Harb, and then when he calls Mu'tazila, or Taqul Mu'tazila, or Mu'tazila qalat, right? These citations are referred to the school as a whole, and it's mostly not what I would call exegesis proper, but theological positions that reflected the content of a verse under discussion. So what would happen is he would take a verse and he would say, and the Mu'tazili used this to argue. And then he would tell you what they argued for, and then he would give you the nature of their argument, and then he would retort to that. Okay? Now, so these 3 currents of citations are one part of a complex material preserved by al-Māturīdī. This is part of a web of material that he was using. It is my argument that although they are only one part, he seems to be, in a sense, discoursing with them. The way he dismisses the Sunni material is far more offhanded, and he doesn't care, in a sense, when he refuses a Sunni position, he doesn't care to, in a sense, elaborate, and there's not that energy spent on, he says, no, I don't agree with that, and then he moves on. And clearly there's not this intellectual fervor and consistency as when he deals with Mu'tazili material. Now, let me clarify here. He's not citing Mu'tazili material only to argue against it. That's not what he does, actually. It's far more intriguing. Is that al-Māturīdī aligns himself with the interpretations of al-Assam rather quite often. So he would cite al-Assam, and then he says, well, in Arabic, وَبِهِ نَقُولُ نَحْنُ, and we say the same, us. Or he would say, وَهَذَا أَشْبَهُ, this is more proper, or more valid. So he would give you several interpretations, and he would give you al-Assam, and then he would say, وَهَذَا أَشْبَهُ, meaning he is aligning himself with the Mu'tazili against the Sunni material he had just said. Now, so the al-Māturīdī thus treated these Mu'tazilite authorities as part of an exegetical guild, meaning they were not treated as non-exegetes. And that's really fundamental. Their being Mu'tazilites does not disqualify their opinions. Now, compare that with al-Tabari, because when you read al-Tabari, you would not think there is anybody else in Islam but those proto-Sunnis, right? There's nobody else there. He doesn't even refer to Mu'tazili as such. I don't think he really engages with them in any overt way. Now, many times he would cite the interpretation of al-Assam without commentary. So he would put all the opinions, and then he would put al-Assam, and then he wouldn't say anything. So there is a neutral citation, a positive citation, and then there is a negative citation. Now, in the negative citations, he does answer at length, and he does start his intervention after citing it, and he would have very typical sentence. فدل أن تأويله فاسد. And then the addition, it says وخيال, I think وخبال, it should be وخبال, but I didn't have time to check the other edition. Could it be وخيال or خبال? I don't know. There's something wrong with the word. And then, or he would say وأما جواب تأويل جعفر بن حرب, and then he would retort, or كذلك يقال لأبي بكر حيث قال. So this is the way he would would engage with answering them. Now, a most common way of relating a verse to a theological issue is to state. Now, so these were the named citations from the Muʿtazilites, from Ja'far bin Harb and al-Asam, and he calls it Abu Bakr or al-Qaisani. Now, how does the material from the Mu'tazili as a school comes in is usually when there is a theological issue at hand. So, and this happens in two ways. When he reads a verse to mean that it undermines a Mu'tazili position, or when a verse was used by the Mu'tazili to argue for their position. So in these two cases, he would go after the Mu'tazilis. So in the case where he would go after the Mu'tazilis, he would say, وَهَذِهِ الْآيَةُ تَنْقُضُ قَوْلَ الْمُعْتَزِلَةِ وَمَذْهَبَهُمْ حَيْثُ قَالُوا. And then he would cite what they said, and then he would cite why this verse really undermines their position, right? Or فَفِيهِ دَلَالَةُ نَقْضِ قَوْلِ الْمُعْتَزِلَةِ لِأَنَّهُمْ يَقُولُونَ. Or فَهَذَا يَرُدُّ عَلَى الْمُعْتَزِلَةِ مَذْهَبَهُم. So these are the modes where, in a sense, he realizes that a Quranic verse undermines a Mu'tazili position. Now, I didn't. There was a verse that I was reading where he would say, and وَكَثُرَ قَوْلُ الْمُعْتَزِلَةِ عَلَى هَذِهِ الْآيَةِ, meaning, and the Mu'tazili has really expounded using this verse. And then he would go over the verse. Unfortunately, I didn't put it here. Now, the work Ta'wilat al-Quran is thus a unique early work in which not only interpretations are offered, but the theological understanding of Iranian Mu'tazilism and Sunnism is at hand. This rich material is also set against Ahl al-Ta'wil. So, he has the phrase Ahl al-Ta'wil. The most apparent is Ahl al-Ta'wil is what I would call Hashawiyat Ahl al-Sunnah. Like, he would, in a sense, the Mufassirun of Sunnism who have an answer to everything in the Quran. So that they have the names of the 7 kids of the Kahf, they have the names of the dog, they have the measurement of everything, right? So they have the fruit that Adam ate, all of these information that is very rich in the Qisas tradition. He subsumed it as Ahl al-Ta'wil. And he says, as for the reference. Now, really, he dishes out against Sunnism as much as he dishes out against Mu'tazilism. And that's why I think that really what we have in these, having Ta'wilat al-Quran really makes Tabari looks much, much more, in a sense, understandable insofar as Tabari ceases to be representing all Sunnism but himself, really. And that's what, because you could see here that there's another way Sunnism was doing tafsīr. Now, this has been, like, in my mind for a while now. I've been, like, I've written one article and then another one is just about to come, like, in a sense, al-Māturīdī, fine. But recently, in preparation for this talk, I sat again and was reading it. And suddenly, I noticed another aspect that really complicates this whole picture, which in a sense I was really didn't see before or was not, like, able to see, which is there is little reference to Ibn Abbas in Māturīdī. He does mention him every now and then, but if you compare him to Tabari, there's like a marked absence. What there is actually Hassan al-Basri. And then suddenly I went back to the indices, and then Hassan al-Basri is a major source of Māturīdī. Now this will really, what I'd hope is that this would really reopen the whole debate on Hassan al-Basri tafsīr, because I think this would be the earliest we have quoting whatever material that was running under the rubric of Hassan al-Basri. So in a sense now, we really have, not necessarily, we have Sulaiman here knows all about Hassan al-Basri. So I'm not saying that this is material goes to him, but this is material that was running out under his name. And clearly it's aligned with the Muʿtazilī tradition. So he would say, وَهَذَا قَوْلُ أَبِي بَكْرٍ وَالْحَسَنِ. So in a sense, so what you would have is Hassan al-Basri being aligned with the Muʿtazilī tradition clearly or explicitly. Now, I haven't had time to really delve into detail of these citations as I did with Abu Bakr, just because I really only noticed it recently, but it really raises the issue of what was circulating around Māturīdī that he has access to, and given that, I would really want to ask is, how does he deal with the Shi'i material, or is there a Shi'i material presence? I haven't really been able. So the question that I want to say now is, what is next? Right? So okay, this is what we have. What is next? What is it that I think we need to do, or what should the presence of such new work mean to our scholarship and research agendas? I have really few suggestions. The first implication is to revisit our grand narrative about tafsīr, especially the use of al-Tabari as the measure of what tafsīr is. There was another Sunni tradition, right? So really we have to revisit the whole issue of what we consider Sunni traditional tafsīr. The second is, this point I've made before, we have to reposition Mu'tazilite tafsir heritage back in the middle of tafsir. You know, this is harkens back to Elena's point, is that in a sense, the way we have framed them as this theology school, this little current, is really undermining that's not reflective of the history. I think they were at the very center of it. That's why my point about philology is that really, I think in my opinion, they were determinative of what tafsir will end up be, because both Sunnis and later on Shi'is would respond to them. What I want to say is that the inheritors of Mu'tazilism were not only the Shi'i tradition. There is clearly the Sunnis were responding to that. Mu'tazilism were early practitioners of theology, that we know, but they were also early practitioners of tafsir. Now, this is the third point, which is the rephrasing of that. The relationship between Sunni and Mu'tazili tafsir was early and not the work of Zamakhshari, meaning if you look at the literature, you would, the entry of what we call Mu'tazilism into Sunnism is really starts with the Zamakhshari, and that's not true. The fourth point is, now here, the work that I envision doing is we need to start collecting the material, Mu'tazilite material in the Ta'wil al-Qur'an. Now, if you look at Fan S and what he did in his massive, Theologie and Gesellschaft, he goes and mines everything. But clearly, when you go to the entry of Ja'far ibn Harb and Qassam, he is at a disadvantage because he didn't have access to this. So now we have access to this material and have urgently to be collected and pulled out. And I look at Gregor, I bet there are citations of these early sources in Qaraite material that can be added to this corpus. Let me sum up Islamic studies is actually living through what I would call a Renaissance period, a remarkable period. I was just in Cairo, and the amount of new sources coming out is just staggering. And I'm starting to think, like, you know, we're really are unable to keep up with this. Now, the recent publication of al-Jushami, and we're honored to have Dr. Stan here, really adds up to an embarrassment of riches. I mean, I had the book for 2 years on my desk, and I have yet really to delve into it. Now, Sulaiman has worked a series of articles, but I think we all need to, in a sense, redirect our attention. So, at least in tafsir, we totally have to reconfigure what we think we know. Now, just to give you an example, in the last 10 years, the heritage of al-Hashia is again being published. So what happened is, the 19th century, if you look at the publication history of the 19th century, hadith, tafsir, it's all hashiyas. Muslims were not publishing anything but hashiyas. And anything they published that we think of the Mahshari or Baydawi was published on the margins of the hashiyas they were. So that's what they cared about, hashiyas. 1911 is the last date we have hashia by the Muslims in tafsir. Because, I mean, for various reasons, the hashia drops from the picture completely. Recently now, suddenly, all of a sudden, the Islamic world is back to the hashia. The glosses on the Mahshari have been rediscovered, and Al-Tibi came out in 17 volumes. And just recently, Suyuti's Nawahid al-Afkar came out in 12 volumes. And I think now, so on the both ends, the early period with the Ta'wilat and Jushami, and the medieval period proper with the Hashia being readmitted into, we have what I would call a revolution in tafsir, and I think that's our task, is to answer to these developments. Thank you.